City of Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board. And we will begin by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. There's a flag located on your screen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
United States of America,
indivisible, with liberty
to the
and justice.
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we will have attendance and confirm the quorum.
Beatrice, we're unable to hear you.
We're going to have roll call.
Wait, Beatrice is having audio issues.
Okay.
Beatrice, try again. Beatrice? Beatrice, say something. Hear me?
Erica?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm hearing everyone else. I'm just not hearing Beatrice. And she's not muted.
In the ellipses option, you need to place a check mark there, the option that says panelists may unmute themselves.
Yes, Beatrice is unmuted. Beatrice?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it worked this time. Mr. Andrade? Mr. Campbell? Mr. Colley?
Here.
Ms. Galvez Durros?
Present.
Ms. Odell?
Here.
Mr. Prieto y Munoz?
Present.
Mr. Ryan?
Here.
Mr. Trachtenberg?
Here.
Mr. Tragash?
Here.
And Dr. Hopper?
Here.
And we have quorum.
Do we have any requests for absence?
No.
Okay. In that case, I would invite the staff to be sworn in on the record.
Yes, staff, please, I can go ahead and swear the three of them in at the same time. Just come and state your name.
Matthew Melvin.
Isabel Castellano.
Joe Shimonsky.
All right, Rachel Dooley, I'm the city attorney's office. I am a notary public. Y'all please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm the testimony I will be the truthful, nothing but the truth I do. I'll have agreed to do so.
Thank you.
And I just have two other people here that I believe are on Mr. Leon. Herman Romney's an architect. Irvin an architect. There you go. So you can let me know when you want them sworn in.
Okay, Mr. Adams, I believe you and Quatisha, were you sworn in?
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I have not been as of yet. Hopefully prior to my item coming up, I will be.
Okay. And now, let's see, I'll read my statement first. Pursuant to Executive Order Number 20-139 issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on June 3rd, 2020, municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having a quorum of its members physically present or at any specific location, and by using communication media technology such as telephonic or video conferencing, as provided by Section 120.54 parentheses 5 parentheses B2 Florida statutes. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the Assistant City Attorney shortly. Members of the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board are appearing remotely for this meeting. And now the Assistant City Attorney will read her comments.
Thank you. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the applicable code section is available at the city clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the board concerning real property must make disclosures as required by the city code in writing. A copy of the city code section is available at the office of the city clerk or online at municode.com. The agenda and the materials for each item on the agenda for this virtual meeting was published and made available to the board in advance of the meeting. The materials for each item on the agenda are available during business hours at the city clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the board through the chair and pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the board unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the governor of the state of Florida, members of the public wishing to provide public comment can do so by uploading a pre-recorded video or voice message, pre-register for a callback to provide live public comment, or submit public comment via the city's public comment form. I will provide more details in a moment, and more details can be found by visiting miamigov.com/virtual boards. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for the virtual meeting and will be considered by the board prior to taking any action. The city will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person, subject to all emergency measures in place to prevent the spread of COVID-19 and subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any persons exhibiting any such symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If a proposition is rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be heard at a such later date before the board acts on the proposition. When addressing the board, the member of the public must first state his or her name, address, and what item will be spoken on. When the board takes action or votes on any proposition before it, it shall do so by a roll call vote to be recorded and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal a decision by the board for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please silence all phones and other noise-making devices. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, or services for this meeting may notify the hearing board's liaison. Please note that board members may have generally been briefed by city staff on items on today's agenda. Items shall proceed according to emergency orders number 13902 and 13903. Pursuant to emergency ordinance 13903, parties, including applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying, may either be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by somebody qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to Emergency Ordinance Number 13903, members of the general public who are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. Members of the board shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.0115. Staff will then briefly present each item to be heard. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the board, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they have. Regarding access to the meeting, the City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its July 7th, 2020 Historic and Environmental Preservation Board meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all the usual channels and avenues that are provided when a Historic and Environmental Preservation Board meeting is held fully at City Hall. The meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, which is at miamigov.com/TV, and on channel 77 for those City of Miami residents with Comcast. Broadcast will have closed captioning. This meeting will also be broadcast on YouTube. Additionally, the city selected a platform that does not require software or equipment to watch the meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and that participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. Regarding public comment, the city has developed public comment full meeting. It has established 4 new options. The first new option allows the public to provide public comments via the city's dedicated public comment voicemail by calling 305-250-5352, where individuals will leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual meeting. Second new option allows for the public to submit a 2-minute video to be played during the virtual meeting. The third new option allows the public to submit comments via the city's. Can you hear me? Okay. Just checking in because I thought I heard somebody speaking. The third new option allows the public to submit comments via the city's online comment form. Comments submitted through the comment form were distributed to the board members and city administration throughout the day so that board members can consider them prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the board members up until the chair closes public comment. The fourth new option allows the public to pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the virtual board meeting by calling 305-250-5354. For all of these 4 new options, public comments received will be included in the public record of the meeting. The city created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments. Those instructions were provided in the notice and published online at miamigov.com/virtual-boards. Additionally, like any other Historic and Environmental Preservation Board meeting, the public may provide public comment at City Hall. As previously mentioned, all speakers desiring to appear in person will be subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19 and will be subject to screening for symptoms of COVID-19. Any person exhibiting such symptoms will not be permitted to enter City Hall, but can participate through the remote options described above. These 5 public comment options established and provided for the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board comply with Section 286.0114 and Section 120.54 of the Florida statutes. The city published an agenda as well as included in the notice to the public pursuant to City Code the items and topics that will be discussed at the virtual Historic and Environmental Preservation Board meeting. Additionally, the public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting at City Hall and through the online public comment form, and within reasonable proximity and time before and during the meeting via the public comment voicemail, the online public comment form, and the public comment video upload, as well as live public comment by phone. Moreover, Section 286.0114, subsection 4C of the Florida statutes specifically authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city, through its 5 public comment options, has provided 5 different procedures and forms to indicate, among other things, his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at this virtual board meeting. The city provided this information on how to submit comments in the notice to the public and on a dedicated webpage. Board members, are you comfortable with the notice provisions set forth and these uniform rules of procedure that we have established for this virtual meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I do have one comment. I received a text message from Najib Campbell letting me know to let you know that he's trying to tap in, but he can't seem to get in, and to let you know.
Okay, great. Beatrice or Erica, are you able to try to reach out to him to help him connect?
Is Mr. Campbell trying to access via phone? Because I am showing an attendee has not identified themselves. Is that Mr. Campbell?
His phone. Jordan, what's his phone number?
Yeah, I don't want to give it out over,
Text it.
yeah, I'm not sure how to deal with this. I just got the message and I'm sharing it. But other than that, I don't know what else I can do from my side.
If you click on the participants at the bottom of the screen, Gordon, click on participants at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
And it should open names at the right-hand side, and you want to open the attending tab. And there's a phone number there. Is that Mr. Campbell's?
Hold on. If you can verify.
I don't see a phone number there. I just see names.
Under the attendees tab, there's panelists.
I see you. Mhm. Let me check.
One of those is his number.
Yes, that is his number.
Add him.
That is correct. I'm not sure what to do with that information, but that's his number.
Now they know to add him.
Okay, we will promote him to panelist as soon as possible.
Okay.
But in the meantime, we can swear in the people who are waiting in City Hall to testify.
City Hall, we're ready for you to swear in.
What property you're here on?
My name is Anthony Leon. I'm the architect for 445 Northeast.
Okay, and this is Rachel Williams, City Attorney's Office. Please raise your right hand. Swear affirm the testimony you'll provide will be the
Help me God, yes.
Okay. He's sworn in, and sir? Mr. Romney. I have one more here. A Mr. Ritchie has not arrived. Please state your name.
My name is Hervin Romney. I'm an architect for two projects. 710, 720, and 750, 760. I'm here to represent Mr. Grant Ritchie, the owner of those properties.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you provide will be the I do. He is sworn in as well.
Thank you.
Y'all need me for anything else here?
I think not.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too. We'll now open the meeting for public comment, beginning with the podium public comment, and I believe that's the people at City Hall.
Mr. Chair, may I just, is it possible for me to be sworn in before we do that?
Who are you?
I am the attorney on item number 3, Rachel Streitfeld, Right Side Legal.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. And now for the public comment from the podium. Or from City Hall, in this case. Do we not have any public comment from City Hall? Okay. How about from live callback from pre-registered constituents?
Yes, 1 minute, please.
Okay.
And those are all the pre-recorded audio and telephone public comments.
Okay, how about online public comment forms? I believe those were distributed before, weren't they not?
Yes, those were, and there are no new ones that came in.
Good,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Ryan.
It's good to see you. It's good to see everyone too. It's been many, many, many months. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I could not understand a word from that. I think it just needs to be said that these people, it was complete garbled, at least on my end, maybe my technology, but I think to see their faces and to read it lines underneath, it's just a technical thing. I couldn't understand a word.
I couldn't understand anything either.
Same here.
Yeah, I didn't understand anything, but my interpretation was they were all in support of the plans that they had viewed.
Right.
That's interpretation. Here.
I have a solution. We can do a share link so you guys can view that link. And also, I'm gonna try downloading the file myself right now and see if I'm able to play it over my audio. But we can move on, and then as soon as we get that squared away, I could let you guys know when we're ready for that.
Okay. In that case, we will close the public comment and open it up for our first discussion item. Mr. Adams.
At the last meeting, we were asked to have code go out and have a look at the Lindsay House, which is an individual property. And the code department have done that. They responded to me today, and they have requested information on work that people have done at the property. So just to let you know that that is in progress, and I will keep the board updated with as was requested at the last meeting. Any questions on that? No?
I have a request of the board members, and that is if you would mute yourself while you're not talking, it will eliminate some feedback that we get from time to time. And we'll gesticulate at you if you're muted and need to come on. But thank you.
Okay, so you all got that. Code have gone out to the Lindsay House as was requested, and that's in process at the moment about getting something done about the unattended building. With regard to the 3 round towers and its National Register eligibility and the requirement for the related group to come up with a memorandum of agreement to move ahead with their proposed project, the memorandum of agreement is being reviewed by City Commission this Thursday. I remember at the last meeting they were required to install a historical exhibit and carry out a HABS survey of one of the towers. So that MOA will be reviewed on Thursday. I have no update on the Olympia Theatre. I did not receive one this month. And the only other thing is it come up today, and it's quite interesting. My professional body, the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, they have asked me to participate in an online webinar regarding the reduction of CO2 emissions from historic buildings, which is all obviously tied into sustainability and climate change. There will be several members of the RICS from the UK. There will be one from Hong Kong, one from New Zealand, and I'll be the RICS member from the United States, basically reporting on the issues we have in Miami regarding CO2 emissions, sea level rise. So I may have to get in touch with some of you if I have any questions regarding any of the things that we may be discussing.
Great.
And that's it.
What about Met Square?
Met Square, there is an application in at the moment which Wendy was reviewing. I would need to check with Wendy and get back to you. I believe there are some comments to be addressed. With regard to the requirements of the agreement, I haven't heard anything further on that at the moment. I don't know, Amber, is anything moved through the City Attorney's office?
Not that I've heard of, but I can also look into this and maybe you and I can kind of get together to review the status on it.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Do we have minutes of our last meeting to approve?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question for Mr. Adams before he moves off of those items.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Warren, I recall in the last in-person meeting that we had, I suppose that was March, that there were several demolition waivers that had come across your desk, and we voted to have you consider some potential designations, one of which I recall most clearly was the Coral Rock House on the corner of 17th and Bayshore. Do you have any updates on that?
What we have at the moment is it appears that there may be a new purchaser, and we are working with him. He appears to respect the historic significance of the house. So at the moment, it looks as if things are moving in the right direction, and it may be that there will not even be a demolition waiver for this property at the moment. So,
and the Penn Coast Lighthouse on Point Siena, I think that was also one of the items that came up.
Yep, nothing has come in for that either. There's been no demolition application for that site either.
Great, thank you, Warren.
And I would point out one of the problems we have at the moment when we do historic designations, our research is based from site visits. They are based on what we can find on the internet, visits to History Miami, and what we can find in the Miami Herald archives. This is proving difficult at the moment because History Miami has been closed since I think March, and there's been an issue with the Herald online archive site. I think they're changing their web host or something. So at the moment, our research is really restricted to whatever the property owners can submit to us, what we have in our records, and what we can find online and at site visits. I'm bringing this to your attention because the church that we approved the preliminary at the last meeting does require more research. It is proving difficult to do that at the moment. So to actually research designations, we're not running at 100% capacity in the way we would normally do these things. So I'm just bringing that to the board's attention.
To that point, I have a question too. What about Carmen Court? What happened there, Warren?
Carmen Court was all ready to go. The designation of the preliminary has been completed. The staff analysis has been completed. Before anyone can take part in a virtual meeting, they must sign a hold harmless agreement, which basically states that they do realise that the meeting is virtual, that there may be changes in procedures, and they're happy to go ahead with it. The property owners did not return their hold harmless, and we cannot force them to do so. So I did reach out to them. They were reminded they have to return it, and it was not submitted to us, so we cannot take it forward.
Mr. Adams, back to what was about the March meeting. Were there any updates on the Seaboard Airline Railroad state march that the state owns?
I have not heard anything back from the county on that one. I can follow up with them again.
Okay, I drove by the other day. Still standing. Still looks good.
Okay, I'll follow up with them. And if you'll give me 1 second. With regard to the Met Square, I believe this is, Wendy says she approved the swale, but the larger issue is still pending. So it looks as if there was an application approved, but the larger issue is still pending with Met Square.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Adams? Do we have minutes from our June meeting?
No minutes for the June meeting.
Okay. Then we will proceed for the public hearing. I believe we're ready for item number 1.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will read item number 1.
Hello.
File ID 6674, a resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying an application for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of a single-family residence located at approximately 713 Northwest 7th Street Road within the Spring Garden Historic District, further incorporating the analysis in the attached staff report entitled Exhibit A.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Warren, do you know who the applicant is? Oh, there she is, Sharon Petrillon.
Have you been sworn in? Hello.
This is,
I'm the notary.
sorry.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your presentation?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we'll start with the staff report. And everyone, please.
And I'm the architect. Hold on.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your presentation?
Yes.
All right. We'll ask you for your name later. So please, everyone, mute your microphone, and we will start with the staff report.
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt, Mr. Campbell has joined us. He has joined us via telephone and not through video. And that will be critical when we take votes, but he has joined us telephonically.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, very good.
Oh, okay, at least. I'm trying to get through the video, the Zoom, but I'll do this for now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yep.
Pursuant to section 23-6.2B4 of the City Code of Ordinances as amended, the applicant is requesting a special COA to allow for the new construction of a single family residence. The subject property is a vacant lot within the Spring Garden Historic District. On July 7th, 2015, the HEP denied an application for a special COA for demolition of a contributing resource and new construction of a single family home. On October 22nd, 2015, the City Commission granted an appeal of that resolution. On January 5th, 2016, the HEP approved with conditions an application for a special certificate of appropriateness for new construction. On November 5th, 2019, the HEP deferred the applicant's request for a special certificate of appropriateness for the new construction of a single family residence. This applicant was also before the board at the June meeting. Unfortunately, some of the wrong some documents were missing from the upload, and the board requested some time to review the drawings, which have been uploaded and you have in your packet. Construction of the new home is of concrete block and stucco with a flat roof with parapet. There's the front elevation is 3 bays. The first floor of the northernmost bay is set back from the front elevation, and the second floor of the northernmost bay is set back approximately 30 feet from the front elevation. The front elevation is of board formed stucco designed to look like horizontal wood siding. The windows are the same size and equally spaced, and the door is centrally located. The carport is covered with a green roof which wraps around the front of the structure to cover the entry. There's a concrete eyebrow over the second story windows. The side elevations will be of board formed stucco and smooth stucco. The rear elevation will be of board formed stucco and smooth stucco. The majority of this wall area is glazed with windows and sliding doors. The first floor measures 2958 square feet. The second floor measures 1528 square feet. The front of the property will be a 6 foot high smooth stucco wall topped with decorative aluminium slat fence. There will be an aluminium louver door for pedestrian access and an aluminium louver gate for vehicular access. Per section 23-6.2H1 of the code, for new construction, the proposed work shall not adversely affect the historic, architectural or aesthetic character of the subject structure or the relationship and congruity between the subject structure and its neighbouring structures and surroundings, including but not limited to form, spacing, height, yards, materials, colour, rhythm and pattern of door and window openings. With regard to form, the proposed structure has a contemporary appearance. However, it takes some design cues from existing historic structures in the district. And the wood frame house that previously occupied the site, including board formed stucco that resembles horizontal wood siding. The overall design of the structure resembles the historic structure that previously occupied the site. However, the roof is flat instead of pitched. The first and second floor setbacks of the northern bay reduce the overall massing. Spacing, the proposed setbacks are consistent with historic structures in the district. Height, the two-storey height is consistent with historic structures in the district. Yards, the front yard incorporates a pervious paver walkway and driveway and landscaping. The side yards are of sod, landscaping and concrete pavers. Approximately half of the rear yard is taken up by the swimming pool and deck, and the remainder is sod. The backyard is smaller than most of the other historic properties on the river. However, there are examples of smaller rear setbacks with less landscaping. The materials are consistent with those used in historic structures in the district. The proposed fenestration on the front elevation is consistent with that of historic structures in the district. In addition to the above, in 2016, the HEP approved a new single-family residence that resembled the historic structure that was demolished. Although staff did not agree with replicating the historic structure and simulating wood siding with stucco, the HEP approved the application with the conditions listed below. This proposed residence was never built, however, the conditions shall still be considered for this application. Number one, all glass shall be clear, and the applicant has confirmed the glass shall be clear, low E. Number two, the exterior wall finishing shall be as indicated, which is 5/8 stucco with simulated planking on top of 8-inch concrete masonry units. The plans show board-formed stucco that resembles horizontal wood siding. 3, the applicant consider a tile roof instead of an asphalt shingle roof. The plans that we have indicate a flat roof is proposed. City Historic Preservation staff oversee the design details with the goal that the new building pays some homage to the frame vernacular building that existed on the property before. Such details shall include, but not be limited to, the representation of horizontal siding in a contemporary way. The applicant has worked with staff. The elevation is similar to that of the frame vernacular building, as it has 2 floors and 3 bays, rectangular windows of a similar size, a carport, a covered entrance, and simulated siding designed in a contemporary way. The certificate of appropriateness is subject to approval by zoning, building, and all other required city departments. The proposed design therefore observes almost all of the above conditions. The applicant did consider a pitched roof during meetings with staff, but opted for a flat roof due to its better performance in hurricanes. The findings are consistent, and the recommendation is for approval of the following conditions. The site shall be developed in accordance with the plans as prepared by Khalil Architects, submitted as part of application PZ 193790. The plans are deemed as being incorporated by reference herein. 2, drawings showing opening dimensions, a window and door schedule, dimensioned and scaled profile sections of the proposed new windows and doors, and colour manufacturers' brochures and/or colour catalogue photographs of the proposed new windows and doors shall be submitted to staff for review. 3, detailed specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed railings shall be submitted to staff for review. 4, the proposed colour of the driveway and walkway pavers shall be specified. 5, detailed specifications and the colours manufacturer's brochure and/or colour photographs shall be submitted for all proposed walls, fences and gates. 6, a certificate to dig shall be required during the permitting phase for all ground disturbing work. 7, the resolution shall be included in the master permit set. 8, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements of the Miami 21 Code and Chapter 17 and Chapter 23 of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances. 9, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all applicable departments, agencies as part of the City of Miami building permit submittal process. Now, we have received a number of emails and letters. Would you like me to read them into the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, I believe you had a communication from Carlos Salos, who lives in the district. Hi, my name is Carlos Salos and I am resident of Spring Garden Historic District. I believe the proposed design should include a mature oak tree about 20 feet plus high in the front of the property and should also have a pitched roof to resemble the home that was demolished. Prior proposed designs for the property looked more similar to the original structure that was previously built there. The front gate should also follow our historic district's design guidelines. I have an email from Carol Boynton, who lives in the neighbourhood. I'm just opening that. Spring Garden Civic. Okay, I will leave this. I'll come back to this one. I have a yes vote for the project from Albert Barr. My name is Albert Barr and I reside at 850 Northwest 7th Street Road. I have seen Sharon's project and I approve. I have a yes vote from Dr. George R. Smith. In regards to the above address, I'm in favour of having a house built there. In addition to controlling canal access to public, it will make my own property more secure. The plan I have seen has the same format in front as previous house and also almost mimics mine. The modernisation of front windows are the only change I can really see in my opinion. I welcome this lot finally being developed. I have an email from Frank Escobedo who lives in the district. Whom it may concern, we approve and recommend the approval of the project. I have an email from a Maribel Cortez. Her address is not within the city. My name is Maribel Cortez. I am an art instructor for more than 20 years at Miami-Dade College. I am sending this email to be submitted as my opinion for the HEP meeting July 7th, 2020. I have seen the proposal for the house at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road. The design is beautiful and fits in great with the surrounding neighbourhood. I especially love the element of green incorporated into the house in the style of planters on the veranda. This detail gives the home a very organic look. I definitely look forward to having this home be a part of Spring Garden. I totally give my approval and full support of this plan. This person actually lives outside the city boundaries. An email from Nick Katz, who lives in the district. I have seen the project presented by Sharon Castrillon for her property at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road in Spring Garden, and I recommend approving this project. I have an email from Olivia Arjona, who does not live within the city. Dear City of Miami Board, my opinion for the property 713 Northwest 7th Street Road, I approve of this house. I have an email from Richard Goodman, who lives within the city but not within the district. My name is Richard Goodman and my wife, Anne Elizabeth Goodman. We live in downtown Miami and have resided in Miami for over 7 years. We love the history of Spring Garden and appreciate the preservation of one of the oldest single-family neighbourhoods in Miami. We have seen the proposal for the vacant lot at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road. The architecture exemplifies a contemporary home typical of the neighbourhood and pays homage to the area. Please accept our approval and recommendation to vote in favour of this project. I have an email from Salvador and Maricer Escalon. They live in the district. I hope all is well. My wife and I are long-time residents of Spring Garden, having lived at 965 Northwest 7th Street Road since 2005. We have seen the plan for the proposed project at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road and are writing to communicate our very strong support. We think it is a wonderful project that would be a great addition to our neighbourhood and continues the very positive evolution we have seen in recent years. I have an email from Sunem Caballero, who does not live in the district. I saw the architect plans of 713 Northwest 7th Street Road. I approve these plans. From the previous meeting, we have a letter of opposition from Dave Park. I'm just trying to open that. Hi everyone, I called Carlos earlier today to indicate my vote was a no. We have a previous comment from Carlos Salas. I'm a resident of Spring Garden, Historic District. I believe the proposed home at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road does not look similar to the home that was there before. The home that was there before was a contributing structure to our district. The association and the HEC did not previously approve the demolition of that home. Anything proposed in this lot should represent the history and architecture of Spring Garden Historic District. We also have a letter of support from Anna Pedrosa. My name is Anna Pedrosa, resident of Spring Garden. Please receive this email as my opinion for the board meeting. I am the neighbour of the above referenced property. I've seen the project recently as it was presented to me. I believe that this proposed property scale and use of open areas for greenery will blend in beautifully with the community of Spring Garden. Please submit my vote in favour of approving the construction of this home. We also had a letter from the Spring Garden Civic Association. The board of the Spring Garden Civic Association met with the owner, Sharon Castellon, and the architect in a Zoom meeting last Thursday to review for the first time the plans for the residents at this site. We welcomed this opportunity as many invitations for such a meeting have been proffered but not accepted. The most recent last January 5th, over 5 months ago. There are a number of design elements that are reflective of the original supporting structure and are welcome in our historic district. We agree with many of the conditions outlined by the Preservation Officer and commend the officer for thorough attention to detail. We would like to have a second and/or continuing opportunity to work with the owner and architect to further confer regarding several issues which we see as integral to full consensus. First, a more extensive landscape plan which provides for native landscaping and which includes a mature oak tree between the front elevation and the sidewalk, height approximately 20 to 30 feet. Second, a roofline pitch which pays homage to the original structure is a key visual curbside element. A flat roofline defines a different decade, even a different century. Third, the guidelines for wall fence structures limits height to 5 feet at the sidewalk and to 5 feet on side property lines to 1 foot behind the front elevation. Horizontal slats should be replaced with vertical pickets, which could be fabricated to resemble the wood picket fences of the era or the original contributing structure. We are well aware that property owners may come and go, but the structures left behind are with us forever. We put great emphasis on any new construction, adding to the historic district designation, particularly when the site involved was home to a contributing structure for our original designation. The HEC board denied the request for demolition and the previous owner appealed successfully to the City Commission for demolition. The rebuild plan was reflective of the original structure, updated to current code compliance. Thanks for your support. I think I had one more, another email of support. My name is Anna Pedrosa. Well, I've read that one into record. I also received a letter from, the last letter I read was from the Spring Garden Civic Association. I received a letter from the Spring Garden Residents Association. Whereas the Spring Garden Residents Association Board has met with the owner and reviewed the plans for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of a single family residence located at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road. Whereas an application for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of a single family residence located at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road has been requested. Whereas the Spring Garden Residents Association has spoken to numerous residents of the Spring Garden Historic District, which have resulted in an overwhelmingly favourable opinion of the projected plans of said property. Whereas the staff report of the City of Miami Preservation Office finds the applicant's request to be in accordance with the Preservation Office Historic Design Guidelines. The Spring Garden Residents Association, by resolution, supports the Spring Garden residents and the findings and conclusion of the City of Miami Preservation Staff report to approve the application. This was from Hermes B. Lopez, Spring Garden Residents Association President. I actually reached out to the Civic Association and asked, did they actually have two different associations within the neighbourhood? And the Civic Association told me they were not aware of a residents association. I actually received an email from the Vice President of the Civic Association. Spring Garden Civic Association is not related to Spring Garden Residents Association Inc., a not-for-profit filing with the State of Florida on June 24th, 2020. The State of Florida online information at Sunbiz regarding this corporation lists officers who are not residents of the Spring Garden Historic District. The owner of the property of the address of the corporation, 7300 Northwest 34th Street, Unit 7300, Jose Castrillon, shares a surname with the applicant for item 1 on the agenda. Petition which may reach the HEC board may include signatures of neighbours who are unfamiliar with the guidelines for historic districts, particularly ours, and may be unfamiliar with the recent history of this property regarding demolition and reconstruction. Please consider the response from the Spring Garden Civic Association, as we greatly honour the effort made by the board in the past to provide the structure for maintaining our historic guidelines. Thank you for your support. So I'm not sure where that leaves us with regard to the letter from the Residents Association. The organisation was only filed on June 24th. Apparently none of the officers live in the district. The address it was filed to is outside the city of Miami, and the address is actually registered to a Jose Castrillon who has the same surname as the applicant. I don't know if legal can speak to this. Is this something the board can consider? Or perhaps the applicant can explain if this is a new residents association and all of the residents have been canvassed regarding its setting up? Ms. Castrillon?
Hello.
Hi. Is the Spring Garden Residents Association an officially recognised board by all of the residents of Spring Garden? And can you tell me who in the neighbourhood is actually on the board?
Yes, actually, that is an association created just like the Civic Association. The problem with the Civic Association is that they claim to be the voice of Spring Gardens. However, absolutely nobody in Spring Garden gets together with the Civic Association. They don't have meetings. They don't have annual meetings. When I asked the Civic Association if I could join, Carlos Salas said no, I couldn't join the Civic Association. Basically, it's a group of five or so individuals that have created a civic association, and they don't talk with anyone in Spring Gardens. They don't share the opinion of any of the residents. I actually went door to door to each and every single Spring Garden resident. The first 3 videos that you saw in the beginning were videos of residents in Spring Garden giving their opinion. All these letters of the Spring Garden residents, they're letters of people that I spoke to. I went door to door to every Spring Garden residence. When I asked them about the Spring Garden Civic Association, none of them are involved with a civic association. In fact, they know that there's a civic association somewhere around in Spring Gardens. They're not privy to any of the meetings. They're not privy to anything, and they don't even have an opinion with Spring Garden Civic Association. In fact, when I had the meeting with the Spring Garden Civic Association with my architect, and there were about 7 or 8 people it was like a Zoom conference. And it was about a week before the June 23rd meeting. When we were in the meeting, there were about 7 or 8 people in that meeting, and they were all in favor of the project. There's only one guy there who's not, and that's Carlos Salas. I spoke to Erica Franco. She's the previous owner of the lot. Carlos has a real big qualm with me because he wanted to purchase the lot, Erica Franco's lot. He couldn't afford it. That's what Erica Franco told me. So he's very upset. He has something, and he told me I couldn't even be part of the Civic Association. I asked him for the minutes. I asked him for the association. I asked him for everything. He wouldn't allow me to be a part of it. I asked door to door to all the neighbors. I said, what do you guys can tell me about the Civic Association? Can you guys tell me anything about it? Can you guys tell me if you're members? They just said it's an organization run like by 3 or 4 individuals that are in Spring Gardens that claim to be the voice of the people here, but they never come and talk to us. They never say anything. So
I believe when you very first came with your plans, I said, reach out to the Spring Garden Civic Association and run, like I do to every applicant in Spring Garden.
Yes, I did. And I called Carlos, and he says, I've been trying to reach out to them since January. That's not true. First of all, in November, we had plans that were deferred to create a different plan of a house. So we weren't even completed with creating the house. We started making changes to the plans of the house. Once we had something going, we reached out to them. We did. We called them and we were back and forth with them. And I told them, look, let's try to get a meeting going. So we got something on Zoom. We both agreed on what date it was going to be. And that's what happened.
Okay, I just needed some background on this organization for the record. The final thing I have is at the last meeting, the applicant had said that she had gathered a petition together from the residents of the neighbourhood, and the board had suggested that be submitted to me. That was submitted, but not all of the signatures were there. I believe you lost most of the
second sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, but I sent the first sheet. The second sheet I lost, but the second sheet was filled out too. And I think the basic point is I've been door to door. Actually, this is now the second time around. I went to all the neighbors of Spring Gardens, and I know all of them. They love the property. They love the house. They really want it to be approved. And I have all these emails from all these people in Spring Garden who actually took the time out to send an email in favor of the property. On my property lot, there's one person that lives on one side, Anna. She sent an email saying that she approves of the house. And then the other side is George, the veterinarian. He sent an email approving the house. Not to mention, all the other emails. Frank and Nick Hatch.
Yeah, I read them into the record.
Yeah.
That's my presentation finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything you'd like to add to the staff report?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And then I guess my architect, he'll talk.
I'm here, but I don't think I have. I don't have my camera working on this computer for whatever reason, but I can do a screen share with the presentation, so I can go over it briefly and answer any questions that you may have with regard to the project.
How briefly?
I could make it a 5-minute presentation if you'd like, or we can just go direct, because it's essentially the same presentation that I did a few weeks ago. I believe there are a couple of people in here today that weren't here in the last presentation from 2 weeks ago.
So if you can take 5 minutes, that would be good.
Sure.
Just everyone else to mute your microphone.
If I can get a screen share option on my computer.
If you're joining us by telephone, you may not have the screen share.
No, I'm on a computer.
Please look at the top of your computer. At the very bottom, you should see a green button with an arrow that is pointing up. That is your share screen button.
I don't know why I don't see this. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I don't know why I'm not seeing share screen. Let me see. Yeah, you don't see it either, right?
No, it's usually here where the hand is.
Let me see. Because I have a raise hand, lower hand option, but I don't see the.
Scroll all the way down to the bottom where it shows participants and mute and stop video.
Let me see if I could do this.
Sir, were you sworn in?
I was, because I'm in the same room as, I'm in the room next door to Sharon's. She just has her own computer.
Thank you.
I'm going to access Ms. Castrion's computer and do my presentation from there, because she has access apparently. Hold on.
Chair, just to let you know, while they're getting set up, there are 2 people at the podium that wish to provide public comment.
I thought we had closed that portion of the public hearing.
Apparently, they were at the podium. And
No, I'm sorry. There's 2 people at the podium, but we're just listening and trying to pay attention. We're not here to make any comment about this particular project.
Okay, thanks.
Not this, we need to make comment about your project. About our, okay. No.
I'd remind everyone except the architect now who is going to speak to please mute your microphone.
We don't want to.
Mr. Khalil, you can go ahead.
Are you run the thing, Namana?
Mr. Khalil, are you ready to go?
Sorry, I was speaking, but it was muted. I apologize.
There you go. There we go.
All right. You can see the presentation, correct? Or are you seeing me?
We see both.
Okay. So if you're looking at the presentation from, this is our most recent presentation, based on comments from the November 2019 meeting. The comments were, I'll briefly state, that the lot took up the majority, the previous design took up the majority of the property. The garden space for this lot was minimal, therefore not encompassing the concept of the garden, concept of spring garden. That the fenestrations, the window openings, so on and so forth, weren't following any particular pattern, that they seemed to be just large window openings without any specific pattern. One of the simpler comments was that the gates weren't following one of the site-specific requirements for gates, which they were at 6 foot height. The current design has them at 5 foot height, which is the one true restriction at Spring Garden. And I believe those were the major comments from that last meeting. We took those comments to heart and redesigned accordingly. As mentioned by Mr. Adams, I won't repeat a lot of what he said, but I'll focus on a few key items. We did move if you're looking at the presentation, you can see a lot more greenery and scale that we worked on. This is the landscape plan by landscape architect Laura Llerena. One of the comments that we did...
Greenery.
Hello? All right, one of the comments that we did take to heart with, based on our meeting with the Spring Garden Association, was replacing one tree that we have proposed with a live oak in a similar location to where the previous live oak was in the residence 5 years ago. And we are adding a lot more greenery to the site, including planters on the rooftop of the carport and of the side of either side of the property, just to add greenery to the lot. Really quickly, we did follow a similar mass pattern to the original residence, this being the original residence here. And with our new design, we did follow a very similar pattern for the masses and for the openings. We also followed, this is specific to the openings, we followed a pattern that was, again, similar to the fenestrations of the original design. And we continued said pattern throughout the sides of the residence, and a new pattern for the rear of the residence, seeing as how the original residence also had larger fenestrations at the rear of the property. So we followed a lot of its similar forms. Something else that we studied was the actual height. Even though we are meeting flood criteria and raising the actual base of the residence, we are just slightly over flood, I believe, the flood requirement by about 4 inches, if I'm not mistaken. And even we are still under what could be built if we were to maximize according to the City of Miami code. And even though we aren't following the hip roof format, we believe firmly that design, just because it's following a format or a similar style for, not style, but a similar historical proportion to historical residences in the neighborhood, or following a similar format as those in the residence, the roof line or roof style should not matter too much, because you can follow those similar criteria, the masses and the openings, as we presented in the previous two slides. Moving forward, this is the new open space. Even though we do have some, this being a pool deck, an elevated pool deck, it's still an open space per requirements. And even though this is a covered carport, it still would feel open, just because it's an open carport, and we added greenery on top of it just to add more green space visually. We also added more green space to the rear, and we worked with the massings of the first and second story volumes so as to not impact the neighbors too much. With it's not the same having a 2-story structure that's 100 feet deep versus having a partial 2-story structural and continuing the rest as a 1-story portion, and even tearing it down further with a deck. And on the other side of the property, as you can see, we created an open courtyard to even further emphasize the green space for the property. We can go, if you have any questions with regard to the floor plans, we can go further into that. But based on what we're presenting here versus what we had before, we reduced it from a U-shaped driveway to just a singular driveway with a diagonal path here that's all pervious paver driveway and walkways. Therefore, adding more green to the, or at least visually, to the front of the lot. And we set back the front of the lot significantly further than required by code, which we're at over 30 feet for the main residence. By code, we could have gone up to this point, which is a 20-foot line plus another 8 feet for the actual porch. And we actually pushed it back, which is what we did in the original design, and we pushed everything further back. Side setbacks, even though it's a tight lot with regard to width, we'd still increased the side setback further than required, and the rear was also significantly reduced to add more green space. Here are the elevations, and just if you like to quickly look at the side elevations and the front elevation, just to see all the materials we are proposing and its organization. And further, you can see how we are proposing different kinds of vines, which we are currently looking at options for vines and ferns with our landscape architect. We have nothing specific for these, and we are open to suggestion, but according to my landscape architect, they do suggest a majority of vine on the second level and a combination of smaller vine and a fern on the first level, such as here, and on the front of the property around here. If you have any questions, I'm pleased to answer them.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Anything else you would like to add to the presentation?
No, I think with keeping it as brief as possible, so that way I'll leave it to you guys for any questions, and I'll try and tackle anything there.
Thanks. We'll now open it up to the board for questions or comments.
Thank you.
And so if you wouldn't mind to stop sharing your screen.
Oh, sure.
That was very helpful. Thanks.
Chair Hopper,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I'm curious to know if it sounds like there's dueling boards there. And when Mr. I think it's Khalil was speaking about the changes that they made from the board of Spring Garden, is it the Civic Association or is it this new board with the changes that they made?
But that had to do with the original Civic Association that we met, I believe, a week or a week and a half prior to the last presentation. So about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
We met, discussed, and yeah, we were trying to get in touch with them for a couple of weeks prior to. And yeah, we discussed it at length with a combination of neighbors and friends of neighbors that were invited by the association. And mostly they were in favor. They appreciated the green space. The emphasis on that meeting was actually the majority of green space. And one of the larger conclusions was replacing the, I forget what the tree is that we proposed, the purple queen, I believe, replacing that with a live oak similar to that which was present on the property 5 or 6 years ago prior to demolition.
Okay, so second question, if I may, Chair.
Right.
I'm curious to know if when you presented all this, you went back to them with your findings and your newest plans, correct?
Correct. That meeting,
Okay.
yeah, because prior to that meeting 3 weeks ago, the last time I had actually spoken with them was a few times back in October or September of last year, 2019.
Okay.
With previous design, and I did not wholeheartedly disagree with their comments. It depends on which comment they emphasized on.
Mm-hmm.
And the majority, and some of the comments were similar to that which were presented in the November meeting of the HEP board, that the house did seem overly massive and didn't really truly respect the garden nature of Spring Garden, which is a major emphasis on this new design.
Sure. So then I guess third question, sorry, Mr. Hopper, but
Okay.
but I do believe that there are other people in the neighborhood. I mean, like it sounds to me like you guys have come up with this, and it looks like a really good plan. Like you guys have really tried to do your best, but I think, and if I may ask, Mr. Warren, Mr. Adams, yes, hello.
Yes. Yeah.
The last, because my internet was in and out. The latest from the Civic Association, are they in favor of the plan?
The Civic Association stated there are a number of design elements that are reflective of the original supporting structure.
Mm-hmm.
We agree with many of the conditions. The main things they are looking for a more extensive landscape plan, which provides for native landscaping and which includes a mature oak tree between the front elevation and the sidewalk, height approximately 20 to 30 feet. Secondly, a roof line pitch, which pays homage to the original structure as a key visual curbside element. A flat roof line defines a different decade, even different century. And third, the guidelines for walls, fence structures limits the height to 5 feet at the sidewalk. So I believe they are proposing the oak tree. It is a condition that they submit all proposals for fences, walls to staff for review. So the main thing that's outstanding appears to be the roof shape.
And I'm not an architect here, so I'm the real estate person. But maybe Najib, Mr. Campbell, could you help us out here? Did you look at these plans to see?
Yes, I was about to ask questions after you were finished.
I'm finished. It's all yours.
So, okay. So, I have a question for Mr. Khalil. Just some details about the building. In the elevations, I see a white massing, and then there's a gray horizontally scored situation going on there in terms of the wall texture. What is that texture made? What is that material there? Is it a scored stucco or is it an added cladding? What is it?
So the attempt for that, and Mr. Adams described it as scored stucco. The intent, however, is going to be board form concrete. But that, honestly, that's going to be something that comes to pricing during construction and quality, because that's something that we're going to analyze depending on the contractor. And we have our own construction team, so we're actually planning on doing board form concrete because it feels, if we were to do board form concrete, it would feel more natural. And its horizontality, the emphasis is the horizontality, and for it to keep the aesthetic, because the beauty of board form concrete is that it would keep the aesthetic of the actual wood that's used for framing. So when you remove the actual wood formwork, it actually reveals the like an indentation of the actual wood on the concrete, and it keeps the whole concrete
I understand. So you said you plan to, or you?
That is.
When you explained, it sounded as if you don't know what it's going to be.
No.
But you have a plan to maybe. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, our plan, the way we're designing it is board form concrete. The suggestion by Mr. Adams in his presentation was that it's actually concrete stucco to replicate the board form concrete, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Adams, and correct me if I'm wrong. But that's our intent is board form concrete. But in the event that construction issues happen, in that I'm not satisfied with the quality of the contractor's presentation to the actual formwork, because I've yet to see somebody in Miami who does it proper, to be quite honest. We have a backup for it to be stucco that replicates the actual legitimacy of board form concrete. So it would be a CBS block wall with stucco replicating board form concrete.
This is something that I was going to raise with the board anyway. In future, when staff lists conditions, the applicants have to be very, very clear that if they agree to those conditions and then come back to me to try and change them, in many cases, I do not have the authority to do that, and you will have to come back to the board. I get the impression that some applicants are just agreeing with these conditions and then approaching me afterwards and submitting plans which do not address all the conditions. I automatically send those back. And so from now on, when we give applicants conditions, I want them to be very, very clear that if they come back to me and they say we can't address this condition because of cost or because of this, there is a very good chance that you will have to come back to the board.
Which is acceptable. That's fine.
Okay. Based upon what you just said, Mr. Khalil, you basically you don't know at this one time what it will end up being, and I think that's a little risky because there's a huge difference between the formwork that gets pulled away from the stucco and the wood grain is implemented and engrained, and then trying to replicate that versus, trying to replicate that with stucco. And that's a risky thing. I think you should actually decide budgetary wise, or however your craftsman is doing, what you are going to do, because right now we don't know what you're going to end up with. And that gray scored areas are very prominent, especially on the north elevation. I believe it's a very prominent side of the long elevation, north side, I believe, of that building. So that's an issue for me. Another question I have is the setting back 10 feet from the front and stepping back to the rear. There's a huge difference, Mr. Khalil, between greenery and green space and a garden. You know, putting greenery or ferns hanging on little parts of the building is one thing, but actually having space where trees can grow maturely and plants can grow maturely is another thing. And I'm wondering if the decision to push the property back 10 feet versus allowing that 10 feet to actually be a backyard that could replicate that historical sense what Spring Garden has, to actually have a planted rear garden, if that was something you should reconsider. And the last thing I want to comment on is the front elevation, which it also includes this scored gray area that you have. The symmetry, I like the symmetry you have going on the second floor, but on the ground floor you have these thin, colonnaded front porch looking thing, which doesn't cover the entire facade, only covers half the facade, and then you have another window which is 1/3 to 2/3 in its orientation. And I was wondering if one of the things that about the original structure that was there and was a contributing structure is the symmetry of the elevations all the way around, actually. And traditional architecture has this element. So regardless of time and material to try and replicate that symmetry around your fenestration around the building that will pay homage to the original structure while keeping all the new materials that you are thinking of. So those are my comments.
Which elevation are you discussing now? I was confused about that one.
Well, in terms of the symmetry,
yes,
and symmetry helping to evoke the traditional architecture of the entire Spring Garden District and the building that was there before, it was a contributing structure. On the front elevation specifically, the symmetry, what's going on there with the thin column, the thin columns of your front canopy on the front elevation, and the 1/3 to 2/3 orientation of the window to the right of the front door. And the way of doing the symmetry, I'm wondering why is the front canopy or the front porch that you have there to one side and then that 1/3, 2/3 to 1/3 window on the other. And this symmetry issue goes actually around the entire envelope of the design. How to re-evoke some more symmetry.
So this
and
is
I think that will help. Go ahead.
I think it would actually, I actually don't think that would help because we studied both formats. And I understand the concern, but I believe that this actually gives the eye more movement to the actual fenestrate, to the actual individual windows, because that's what you're discussing, the individual windows, not the openings, because the openings are almost or very similar to what was proportionally and by location, what was there in the previous design. That's something that we studied a lot, the actual formwork of design.
Okay.
And that was part of the presentation too, that we actually, so the form of the actual carport almost replicates the exact form and colonnade pattern of what was in the original. The openings, the actual fenestrations, although the individual windows are unique to our design, the actual fenestrations, the actual openings, which is what the emphasis will be on when one sees the property, is actually almost exact to what was there prior. Similar to the massing, we followed a similar massing format, if not exactly the same, which is again part of my the presentation, to what was there in the exact previous residence that was there. With regard to, so we can go point by point, with regard to giving more space to the front or to the rear, I believe that the most significant approach to the pedestrian is the actual front of the property. Therefore, I do believe that it is of more significance to give it more of an approach at the front, since most pedestrians would actually appreciate that space. That being said, I'm not of the contrary opinion of putting a softer tree, not as significant an evergreen, to the rear, but a significant evergreen at the front of the property should be placed. And I did agree with the Spring Garden Association that that we should have. In fact, I strongly agreed with them that we should have a larger live oak in the front, because that is the most pedestrian impactful location to place a larger evergreen shade tree. And even though I do understand that it's not as effective giving more green space to, planters on the roofs and planters on the sides of the property to actually add greenery. Again, we're adding greenery. And I did add, because remember, this is a tight lot width-wise, and we didn't maximize a lot. We're actually, if I'm not mistaken, 500 or 550 square feet underneath the maximum lot coverage requirement, in order to give more room to green space, including the side yard where we actually created a pocket of more green space to that side of the property. In our designs, if there is an issue with the board form concrete, now talking about materials, if there's an issue with that, we'll come back to the board if need be. But the way that we are specifying it in our plans is the way that it is being presented. It's the way that it's being proposed in construction documents. We have no intention of actually changing it. And if there is an issue, we will be back. I don't think especially if we're in control, because we have our own construction company. And at the moment, we are the ones that will be constructing it. So I am personally the one ensuring that it's built accordingly.
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, okay, I'm good. Thanks.
If I'm not mistaken, it was you who gave us the green. You were the strongest speaker for the Spring Gardens, the Gardens effect back in November. And I appreciated your comments back then too.
Okay.
Ryan.
Thank you. I wasn't invited to the last Zoom meeting. or I wasn't at the last Zoom meeting, I should say. But I was there in 2015 and 2016, and the board denied the demolition of the contributing structure. And I think that the neighborhood associations, it seems like there's rivals right now, and that happens from time to time in some of the districts, and for whatever reason, and you go around taking a straw poll of who likes it and who doesn't like it. But that's not really what the board should fully make their decision on. It should be a consistency of the board being consistent, and we are the experts. I guess I'm the contractor / historical contractor, whatever. However, I do have a very good sense of history and of architecture and of old architecture. And we denied the demolition, and it was overruled. But then when they came back with a set of plans to put on this vacant lot, it was truly an homage of the neighborhood, and it was truly an homage of the styles. The department may not have agreed because it was too similar. However, it's what the homeowner wanted to do, and we approved it. So that being the case, I don't see any homage to the neighborhood in this new thing. It's a beautiful structure, beautiful design. However, it's 2020 all the way. The materials, you can stretch it and say that this is a little, reflection of 1919 or whatever. No, the flat roof, the browse, or the gardens on the second floor and above the carport and all that stuff. It's beautiful, but it's not the neighborhood. So it's the same old song. We approve something, the property changes hands, and then someone comes in with an idea that doesn't really fit the neighborhood. It'd be great, but like I always say, a couple blocks away, it'd be perfectly fine. But in the middle of this neighborhood, it does, in my eyes, and I might be the minority because everyone seems to be gung ho on the modern architecture, but it doesn't fit. And you do a good job of what you do, but in my opinion, it's not. Maybe a hip roof would do it, and I think falling back saying hurricanes are better with flat roofs. Listen, I own a lot of flat roofs. They are the worst. You got to deal with leaves. You got to deal with leaks you can't find in the parapet. You got to deal with all this other stuff. So that's just kind of a convenience excuse to do the design that you want. So I understand that. So anyway, that's my feeling about that. On to the next.
Any other questions or comments? That's Mr. Colley.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mr. Khalil. I just wanted to follow up on a couple other things that have been mentioned already. I have a couple questions and I have a few thoughts. The questions are, I know that we just did this not too long ago and you didn't have much time in between submission to submission. Did you guys modify the plans in between that time to change the auto court? We have a lot of information in our packet, so I'm trying to just whittle down to really specifics. Did you change the geometries of the front auto court to be one way now?
That was, when I mentioned that change, that was from the November to this presentation, because it used to be, even though I believe we had the same impervious, it was much larger.
Okay, so it's a one-way driveway in, and then I know I had made a comment during the last hearing that I agree with some of the statements that have been made that this structure is more contemporary, obviously in nature, and I think it's the truth. There's just no denying it that with regards to the exterior and how this structure is blending into the environment. I know that you mentioned a number of times that there's the green spaces on the upper levels. There's the notch in the side of the building. But you do have these really long side elevations and there's a big structure and you do have a back that's very open. I know there's all this talk about changing a tree in the front garden and that's great and everything. The reality is that it would be not difficult to blend this architecture into the landscape, regardless of whether it's contemporary or has some elements of historical inspiration. It would be very easy to blend it in, much more so than it is now. And when I look at the pictures that are in the existing conditions pictures, you know, on the adjacent properties, there's not much vegetation. So the reality is 100% that somebody would just experience this as a very contemporary structure set on a long rectangular site, right? Which is why I mentioned at the last hearing, I said, look, there's a lot of different ways you could handle this. I mean, you have this walkway in the side yard that goes from this notch area around to the swimming pool. You have gates on both sides. I understand that you need access. But even with the narrow setbacks that you have, you could do things with landscape and vegetation to soften the sides of your architecture. I mean, you can't have how tall is the highest portion of the building on the side elevations, for example?
That's what I'm trying to check right now.
Yeah, and I don't mean any of this in a negative way. I'm just an honest critique of what's being presented on the drawings now is that if the intent was to make this feel like it was nestled within a landscaped area, and I'm not talking about making a Fairchild tropical garden, I just mean going that distance to make it such that the architecture really nestles into the landscape, a lot of things could be done. And I mentioned that last time with regards to the side of the residence. Now, specifically to say do exactly X, Y, and Z, you know, that's not what I'm trying to get at. But I am trying to point out that when we talk about having all this green space and we talk about nestling into the neighborhood, the plans are showing something different. So, you know, I think I even mentioned the last time that with these big side elevations, I mean, you know, you could even maybe do something with a trellis on the side of the residence. I think about who's going to move into the properties eventually next door. And if every house was designed like this and had these narrow areas on the side with no canopy, then what would we have? You know, and I don't think that I don't think these are things that can't be rectified even based on the site massing. But you know, if you showed a large oak tree in the front yard and you saw it in the elevations and it did make you feel like you were going under a canopy. If you looked at the side elevations and you saw vegetation that was screening, it would go a long way. You know, and I know you're an incredibly talented architect, and I just want to mention these thoughts as we have this discussion. So those are my thoughts at this time. If you have any questions, you know, I'm happy to, Mr. Khalil, if there's anything specific you want to address, I mean, for sure.
I remember that you mentioned something to that effect on the specifically, I believe your specific conversation had to do with the north side, because that's the longer of the walls. So I'll address that directly. We're still working with our landscape architect to be more specific as to what to place when we get to construction. Okay. That's one of the things that, especially on closer to the rear of the yard, to soften that, we can do plantings that kind of meet halfway, where we have the planters coming from the top of the vine. We could have another plant coming from below. That way, it softens that facade to a more. If we wanted to go, even though I don't believe it'll make a significant difference, to a more extreme, we could shift the property down a little bit because we have a buffer of an extra, I think, 6 inches. That's not going to do much. And we don't have much room for any sort of larger shade. Again, this is a tight width lot. And we did do a significant amount to reduce the impact of that side elevation. Because, again, it's a tight lot by width. I don't believe that, in my opinion, I don't believe that you actually feel the full extent of that length because of openings such as on the south side and openings such as the carport. These things soften that impact. That being said, the only way to actually soften that realistically, without a significant redesign, would be taking more control of the actual plantings, or the actual larger form, possibly larger form shrubs that are on the north facade. We have some solutions for that with the open courtyard that we created. So that would definitely soften that.
Thanks, Mr. Cleo. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Let me be super specific then. Please I do this, you know, I'm a landscape architect. You can easily soften the sides of this structure with tall Alexander palms and native palm trees that have 3 and 4 inch trunks that are 18, 20, 25 feet tall. and use them to break up the elevations and not disrupt the pathways down the side of the residence. And you could remove the pathway at the ground level, and you could have a garden access path there that easily allows some taller. I mean, the things that I'm referencing are not expensive. They're the things that are nestling properties together. So you could do that on the sides, no question, no problem. But zero attempt has been done at that. You can't have a 25-foot high structure and a 4-foot hedge on the edge of a property line. So I'm not suggesting changing the proportions of the architecture. Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it needs to be studied, and it's not a complicated problem to address. In regards to the, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Actually, I thought you were. I don't disagree. I believe that, and you're correct. Alexander Palms, things that aren't so impactful with would actually soften and would fit in these areas. I suggest that so that this can move further with those. I suggest that actually being specific with comments and a couple of suggestions, even though we don't have to follow specifically those, that would actually help us in moving forward with those suggestions, because just like I did in November, I always take to heart these comments, and I usually appreciate the more specific comments because it's helpful to me as well to you, because we all have the same goal. We're trying to better what we're trying to do.
I would like to say something.
Before you do,
Mr. Khalil.
Mr. Campbell, hang on just a second.
Sure.
I'm going to transfer the chair to Todd while I let the dog out so I can have a piece of quiet in a minute.
Okay, I accept the chair. And Najib, please go on.
Yes. Mr. Khalil, I just wanted to assist you in because you've been coming to us a couple of times, and Chris has kind of added a great amount of detail to the point I made earlier about greenery versus garden. And I think there's a space between us that you need to meet us at, because when Chris spoke about things like simple things like the Alexander Palms, even things like Simpson stoppers, which have very narrow diameter trunks, it seems that your mind is not there. And it would be good for you to meet us there, because this is the second time we've spoken about the landscape, and you've come back and it's still very stark. And like, I wanted to think about what Mr. Carley said. Imagine if every property in Spring Garden was like this. It would be it would be a nice modernist presentation, but very barren and stark, and the amount of sunlight. We're now in July. So imagine every property like that in July in Spring Garden. It wouldn't work. So I think I'm suggesting to you to meet us there. Like, put on your with your talent that you are as an architect, put on your landscape hat, right? And you use the landscape to blend with your other talents and meet us there, because the building is really stark. It's very stark at this moment in time. And the greenery that you're putting in planters are good, but that won't cover the issues that we're speaking of. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Yeah, we also we're working with our landscape architect, but I'll agree with you that the actual garden isn't garden enough, that's why I'm asking as an architect to help my landscape architect be very specific in some suggestions, and they come up with their own suggestions too. That's why a specific suggestion could actually come up with a beautiful result when I converse with my landscape architect. And I apologize. I should have actually brought my landscape architect to this presentation to help move this further and have a better communication with that, because she would have really helped. Lada's fantastic with this, but yes, I do agree that we can actually approach this with a greater garden approach.
And furthermore, think also of what was said by Mr. Ryan. The structure being the garden is one thing, embodying the spirit of Spring Garden. The issue now is also the structure itself. don't disregard what Mr. Ryan has said
Oh, no, I just didn't address what he mentioned.
about.
It wasn't a specific question.
I'm not saying that you did disregard it, but I'm just asking you to make sure you focus on both what Mr. Colley and what Mr. Ryan have said.
I can address.
And, take that into deep consideration.
So with regard to Mr. Ryan's comments, this is something that was addressed back in November with the previous design. When we had 5 neighbors come up and mention the exact same comment, which is that the design presented back in November wasn't exactly the design that was presented back in, I believe, 2016. And when I started that presentation, I addressed that specifically. And once I started my presentation, the head of the board went out of her way to mention this project isn't a presentation of the 2016 project. And I agreed, but I had to address the issue because I had 5 neighbors mention it. Therefore, I felt it necessary for me to mention it. So I'll mention it once more. It is my opinion and the same opinion of the board that the previous design that was approved back in 2016, and not the board, I'm sorry, of Mr. Adams in his report, that the previously approved design was actually a replication with some modification, larger house, so on and so forth, but it was a replication of the house that was there prior. Secretary of Interior in the United States of America states with their guidelines that any new structure replacing a historic structure should not replicate what was there prior, but you do pay homage, and there's a multitude of ways to actually pay homage. The comments from the previous board, or by Mr. Adams, the specific requirements did state that the stucco siding could be replaced with something a little more contemporary, that you could follow formats. The only item that we didn't tackle with regard to an homage was the actual pitched roof. And why? Because this was a vernacular decided by the owner for a multitude of reasons. However, that being said, design can pay homage to a historic structure in a multitude of ways, because as there are many ways that you could present a roof doesn't necessarily decide whether or not something represents a historic structure, or its proportions, or its scale. We could have presented a house with a hip roof, or shed roofs, or gable end roofs, so on and so forth, that actually disrespects a historic structure, that actually doesn't feel in proportion, that makes it feel excessively taller, shorter, so on and so forth, and its form could be randomized. We did our best to actually pay homage in what was previously there and specific to that one structure, because we followed its formwork with its carport. We followed the formwork with the massing of the main residence and the massing of its secondary residence that's further back to the left. And we are bringing it further into homage to the residents and actually bringing back the feel of its garden approach with the live oak at the front of the property. In addition to more gardenscape, which we are going to, that's something that we are currently in communication with to do something that betters the property. So even though it's not a replication of what was there prior, and even though we are not following the exact roof or a roof type of something maybe found in the 20s, which you know, even in the 20s, you still had modern structures with flat roofs. They come with their problems, and like hip roofs come with their problems. Every design has its own individual and unique issues. That doesn't mean that any new structure, paying homage to any historic structure, would ever have to follow a roof condition that was there prior, or that may be found in a majority, let's say, of the houses in a neighborhood. It's as so long as it follows the scale and some sort of pattern with the feel of the neighborhood, I believe that is something that properly pays homage to.
Well, I fully understand the Secretary of the Interior standards. However, I've said it so many times, a new structure in an old-fashioned style will never be confused for an original structure. You cannot replicate it based on building codes, elevations, materials, and all that stuff. So I understand, but you know, it's just my feeling and my opinion over many years of seeing this, that a modern structure, your structure is beautiful, but it's very 2020. It's very 2019, 2018. However long they've been building these very modern structures that are not symmetrical and kind of square and boxy, but with a lot of accents and a lot of details. It's beautiful, and the layout's beautiful, but it's not. It's, you know, to me, it's my opinion, it doesn't fit the theme of the neighborhood. someone could have built something, designed something, even in an old-fashioned style, not mimicking the original structure, and that would have fit, and that would have worked as well. So that's how I feel about it. Like I said, beautiful house, just it's in a historic district, and the precedent that continually is repeated. So I guess it's not a precedent, is that a lot is demolished with a set of plans to build something that everyone agrees on, and then property sold, and then it becomes someone has a totally different taste and wants to build something totally out of scale. So that's all I have to say about that.
Any other questions or comments?
One last comment for Mr. Khalil. Aldo Rossi.
Aldo Rossi, very contemporary, very green, and very... Yes.
Exactly. But Aldo was very good at dancing in the Italian traditional landscape with his new buildings. And I suggest you study Aldo a little more closely in the way he would fenestrate and do things and dance amongst the centuries of tradition of Italian architecture that he would practice amongst.
I have a question. The landscape plan that you presented, I think it was like your second image, is that an updated landscape plan, or was that the landscape plan from the previous design?
That's the one from 2 weeks ago, not the November design. The November.
Is that in our package? Because I don't see that on the second page. I see a landscape plan from the old design, but I don't see the new one.
Let me see if I find your package. Hold on. It should, if I recall, it should have been in there. It should have been in that package.
Okay, well, the reason I'm saying is I'm looking at the plan that I saw, and there's some landscape very ahead.
Is it a one-way driveway, or is it a U-shaped driveway?
Hold on a second.
That's the tell. That's the big difference that you'll see.
Now, this was, actually, this does look like it. It's dated July 19. So I guess that's 2019?
That's the, and it's a U-shaped driveway, I assume, correct?
No, it's not a U-shaped driveway.
It's a singular driveway? Let me see.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me see if I see what you're saying.
It's page 65 in our packet.
Oh, what you're saying, the date that you're saying is July 19 on the bottom right, not the signature, not the actual. Yeah, then if it's a singular driveway, yeah, that's the discussion that's being had, that it doesn't have enough garden to this area.
All right, well, I would go a little further. It doesn't have any garden on the south side at all.
She just put too much shrubbery and didn't go with any suggestion for landscape.
And this is all the more reason I think there needs to be more attention. So you're berming up the front of the property. It looks like you're berming it up approximately 4 feet, and then you have another 2 feet to get to your finished floor elevation. So it's like so the property, your home's going to be 6 foot above the adjacent neighbors. And I see you're pointing out that there's an existing 5 foot high wall, CVS wall. Is that wall going to be 2 feet above the berm? And then it will berm back down towards the back. But is that the understanding?
I understand you. Hold on.
I don't know.
Confirming with the owner.
Okay. And my concern is, and it's all been said, but I just want to emphasize. So not only are you close to the property line, and it goes almost the whole distance back, but you're 6 feet above the other adjacent neighbors. All the more reason you need some sort of landscape buffer, and a substantial one. And the last thing I would just say is, and with that berm, it looks like you're within 5 feet of the north property line. That's a fairly steep berm, to level it out, unless you have a retention wall on one side?
On the south side, the new wall that we are proposing would act like a retention wall. On the north side, I see your.
I mean, the carport itself.
Yeah.
Is 4 feet above the street.
If I'm not mistaken, let me look at my side elevations just to confirm my thoughts on this, because I did treat that. So on the side elevations, if you go to page A3.01, we are actually proposing, so it is bermed up on the front of the property, but it does go back to existing grade levels once you get towards
about midpoint.
So to your point, there may be a portion of the wall, or there will be a portion of the wall that maybe we have to, or actually would exist as an existing retention wall. I don't think we have to add an additional retention wall on our side, because that's and we're talking specifically on the north side, because that is the more.
What I'm really getting at is,
I see what you're getting at.
Emphasis for making this fit into that neighborhood, and you have to comply with flood criteria, so you have to raise it up. But all the more reason that you have to give the attention towards the transition on all sides of the property.
Mm-hmm. And maybe, and I don't know, honestly, I don't know how it works with the HEP board to see if that's something that is approved with conditions, or if it's reviewed administratively, or if it's approved with conditions and the landscape is to be represented. I don't know how that works, because represented, not represented.
Right.
Because that's something that I am currently in communication with my landscape architect for exactly that, because that's something that came up in the Spring Garden Association. That's something and they liked some of the ideas, but it's being developed even further in this meeting, and was briefly discussed in the last meeting 2 weeks ago. But I do agree that Spring Garden is an area that should feel lush, and that's.
And I think you have the skill and the challenge to resolve this in a very well-designed way. But I would say that it's going to require more than just treating it as we have to pick a couple trees, or a hedge or something. You really need to look at this as both from the whether it's a wall or a gate, a fence, or what there is, and then the transition between. And
one of the things, looking at this, to your point, the north wall on our side would actually possibly be pushed further back, and you'd allow the berm to actually recede, go lower when you're going towards the back of the property. On the side of the property, I could still work that, but I worked on the south side of the property to actually work well, and that's a wall that's within our control. So that would actually be, it would actually probably be a tiered wall to go with the grade.
Because what I do like is oftentimes these narrow lots, there's no fenestration on these sides, and you have a lot of glazing here. So you're trying to bring the light into the property, but it needs to be buffered. That's my comment.
I get you. Thank you, Mr. Tragish.
Any other questions or comments?
I think I would like to make a statement. The way I've been looking at this, and it's unfortunate that it has to come back a few times. Obviously, I feel bad for the homeowner for the time in which she's had to invest in this process, but it happens for a reason. But the way I've been looking at this is there's two channels. One channel is the fact that there was already an approved project that we kind of had a switcheroo happen over the past few years that Mr. Ryan mentioned earlier. That creates a sort of a momentum to the conversation that's always difficult to get over. But if we were to look down the other channel, which is ignoring the history that has happened there, which is of course difficult to do. But if we look at the channel of it as itself as the project, and we see your evolution from a design standpoint, I think you've made a very positive momentum in creating a scalarly applicable new construction for the neighborhood. We can debate the aesthetics and the historic nature of some of your moves, but when it comes to the scale, I can see it on the site, because obviously as an architect,
I can visualize it in relation to its context. I think what becomes a little difficult here is in the way in which it is presented for some, maybe for some of the members, it kind of is sitting in a vacuum. So you really don't see it in relation to its context. You don't see it in relation to its neighbors and the scale of the neighborhood. So it almost seems like it's larger than it might actually be. I mean, a 20 some odd foot front facade in comparison to what you had originally is much smaller. And I think when you look at them in comparison to one another, you can see that, but you don't really understand that it actually has reduced in size. When you explain it, I think you explained it well. But that goes to say, I just want the rest of the board, if you can, just to visualize the scale of this object in the neighborhood. It is a good step forward. Another thing I'd like to mention is, I mentioned it last time, it was a very creative way that you paid homage to the original structure with the rhythm, right? The rhythm concept of the facade, the way in which you tried to extract out the language of the glazing, and you applied that to, you know, your final product here. In my opinion, I think it will sit nicely on the site. I'm imagining it on that street, which I know fairly well. When you have a updated plan with proper vegetation, I think it will behave the way in which the neighborhood would want to receive it. So I would say I'm pushing towards the positive side of this conversation. I think you've done a nice job evolving it to where we see it today. I do think that there needs to be an exercise of evolution for your landscape, but I think we all agree on that. I don't know if it needs to come back to us for that approval. Maybe it's something that that staff can approve at that point, but I think I'm giving a thumbs up on how you've evolved it till now.
Thank you, Mr. Trachtenberg.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to say I agree with Mr. Trachtenberg, and I would say if we could perhaps add a condition, I'm ready to make a motion. If we can perhaps add a condition to see that final landscape plan as proposed by Mr. Campbell, I think that would be a great idea.
Go ahead. You want to make a motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion approving an application for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of a single-family residence located approximately at 713 Northwest 7th Street Road within the Spring Garden Historic District. I approve with the conditions already detailed by the staff, and I would just like to add one more condition where we would get a more final and detailed landscape plan that would take into account the recommendations of the board.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
The motion and the second, any discussion on the motion?
Yes, what
I
would
have a
happen
question
when...
for Ms. Tudos.
Yes.
Okay, Jordan, you go ahead. I have a question, Ms. Tudos, after you.
Okay, just to follow up on that additional point. So is it that the plan would then come before the board again for us to approve, or what would be the process?
I'm suggesting that it would go before the staff.
I see.
That was exactly my question, actually. Would it be come to us or be up to staff?
And if I may, I'd like to hear staff's opinion if they feel that they understand what we're looking for and that could be done at staff level.
I understand it would be helpful if it was specified we would like to see so many trees on one side or so many trees on the other, or potentially the other option could possibly be that you approve the application on the condition that an updated landscape plan is submitted for board review. At least that would allow the project to move ahead, but it would leave it open for the landscape plan to come back to the board.
I'm okay.
Can I chime in? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt everybody. Can I just chime in here? Mr. Khalil, I think that part of the issue here is that, we just had this hearing a couple weeks ago. And we all know how it is. It's during the crisis and everybody's trying to do everything and you haven't had a chance to develop you haven't had a chance to update drawings, and you guys are back almost immediately. You probably had to submit some confusion about what plans were submitted. So I would just say in a discussion type of way that I would be, it definitely needs to be studied more. I would be in agreement if the landscape plan was able to come back for our review. That's not too much of a hardship for you guys to be able to do from a process standpoint. So I just wanted to throw that out there as we're obviously in discussion about a motion now. And I would, I guess, leave it to our attorney, obviously, to clarify anything that's happening here from a procedural standpoint to make sure we're all on the same page.
I think we need to address the maker of the motion. Do you want to have it approved at staff level or brought back to the board for approval?
I'm okay with an actual plan being submitted to the staff. If you are not, then I'm also okay with amending the motion and making it contingent on an actual final plan that comes before the board. So if you want to make specific recommendations on the condition, perhaps recommend, the side elevation and the specific trees and vegetation. I think that would help the staff, but just for the sake of efficiency and also to perhaps not waste any more time and be able to move along the process, I'd like it to be left to the staff.
Let me follow up on that to ask the architect, Mr. Khalil. If you were able to achieve an approval today with that condition that became before the board, would that hinder your process up until this point?
If it doesn't hinder submittal to the city for, comments, so on and so forth, so it can move along in that process, and the only thing hanging as a pending item, even though it could be submitted to even for landscaping in the city, for environmental resources for review, if the only pending condition were landscape for final approval with the board, and that's something that could be changed as the project moves along, I would not be opposed to that position. And even if it delays a project a couple of months just because the project needs, the historic board meets on certain dates, so it may be delayed, and who knows what's happening in the world these days, so I expect there may be a delay, I would still be in acceptance of this, since this is something that is significant to the neighborhood.
Mr. Adams, would you do you think that if we held that approval based on that one item, that he'd be able to go forward with the city?
What would happen would be the plans would come to me through ePlan when they submit for their building permit, and I could actually approve that application with a condition that the final landscaping plan is submitted for board review. We do not have a meeting in August, so you could potentially get on the September meeting. So, I mean, that gives you potentially 7 weeks or something to
submit.
Well, it really gives you 3 weeks to submit. If you can do it by then we could have you back in the September meeting, and that would allow you to move ahead at least with the design of the building.
That gives me enough time to do my own personal research prior to presenting something to my landscape architect, so we can start a conversation and move forward with something submitted with that specific item. And I think that's reasonable. Even if there were a delay, Mr. Adams, for another month, let's say, instead of September, October, worst case scenario, I'd still be okay, because it would give me the go-ahead for my engineers to commence work, which would be a month and a half of work on that part. So it won't delay that side of things. And the landscape part of it can be something that's malleable until we get to that point. So yes.
Having heard that, Ms. Galvez-Turles, do you want to amend your motion a bit?
Yes, so I will amend the motion so that the condition includes a final landscape plan to the board for final approval.
I agree.
Good, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion?
I have one question or comment. Does this mean that any further architectural analysis to the farm will now be frozen, and it's only a landscape issue from here on out?
That's correct.
Okay.
Unless, of course, as we said, the applicant wishes to change the proposed formwork on the exterior. I do want to make that clear. If that was going to be changed, that is something that would have to come back to the board.
Definitely. We ready for a roll call? Good. Okay.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Trachtenberg.
I was, yeah.
Ms. Galvez-Turros?
Yes.
Mr. Trachtenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell?
No.
Mr. Colley?
Yes.
Ms. Odell?
I think.
You're muted.
No.
No. Mr. Prieto y Munoz?
No.
Mr. Ryan?
No.
Mr. Tragash?
No.
And Dr. Hopper?
No.
Motion fails by a vote of 6-3.
Okay.
May I ask if there's any specific comments to the individuals that voted no?
Yeah.
I understand Mr. Campbell's perspective.
Yeah, we have been in the position before where an item has maybe been denied by the board, but no clear direction has been given, and then the applicants reach out to staff and say, well, what do we do? Is it the design? Is it the massing? Is it the height? And so I think that you either take another vote on something else or give the applicant some direction as to what is causing the concern. Because otherwise staff's in a position of, we don't know. If the applicant comes back to us and says, well, we've changed our plans, well, you know, how do you feel about this? Neither staff nor the applicant really knows what the main issues are.
Right, and if there is a desire to take another vote, there could be a motion to reconsider for made by somebody that voted against the motion that just occurred, and there could be a different vote taken.
I think what we're really looking for is probably some direction to staff and the applicant to see what would be more acceptable. Maybe along the lines of the former presentation.
Mr. Chair, should we, I mean, I was pretty clear as far as my objections, but as far as the people who voted no, just going to give them some guidance. I mean, my issue is the design of the structure compared to the one that was approved, and also the one that was originally there that we didn't want torn down in the first place. So that's my issue, and I don't think a few minor changes are going to take care of that. And I know, you know, but that's just.
You're leaving already?
That's just, yeah.
I understand Mr. Ryan's opposition. Mr. Campbell, I think, unless I'm mistaken, it's not significant changes, but it's changes that would incorporate design with landscape a little, or garden areas a little bit further.
Well, let me help you out with that. The stucco scored or stucco issue, and the amount of it that you have on the building, that is a concern for me. Some of the balance of your windows to wall also concern me, and the 2/3, 1/3 type of window, and the landscaping. You know, I think there's a lot more. I use the word symmetry that could take place to unify the structure and make it more have that reflective look of the structure that was before. It's all about.
Yeah, my fear with this design, if I were to do windows that were more individualistically symmetrical, it might make the structure, it might do the opposite effect. It might make it feel more stagnant, which is something I'm trying not to do, which is why I have a lot of horizontal emphasis. The scoring on the sides, that could be something that's studied, honestly, but I don't think it's that significant, and that it actually, in my opinion, softens the approach of the side facades. But that could be something that's studied. But in the original residence, it was the original pre-demolition residence, the entire structure was wood siding, horizontal wood siding. So it's even greater. That horizontal element was taken to even a greater effect on the entirety of its.
But it wasn't gray. It was actual wood.
Oh,
the size of board and batten, and it was not gray.
Oh, it was white.
So,
it was painted, right?
Yes, but
wood color.
Gray horizontally scored stucco does not evoke or pay homage to a classic carpenter-built wood structure. It's not the same. And it doesn't look the same, doesn't feel the same.
If the board have the staff analysis there, it shows the original structure, the design that was approved in 2016, and the current proposal. And as far as the conditions that were laid out for the 2016 design, the specific wording was: the exterior wall finishing shall be as indicated in sheet A3 of the plans, which is 5/8 inch stucco with simulated planking on top of the 8-inch concrete masonry units. The applicant consider a tile roof instead of asphalt shingle, and City Historic Preservation staff shall oversee the design details with the goal that the new building pays some homage to the frame vernacular building that existed on the property before. Such details shall include, but not be limited to, the representation of horizontal siding in a contemporary way. That was specifically the instructions from the previous application for the building shown in the staff analysis that was approved in 2016. And you can see the original building, the 2016 approval, and the proposed design, one above each other.
Any other direction?
Yeah, Mr. Prieto Munoz, do you have a further? And Mr. Tragish, I would like to hear your opinions.
I echo Mr. Ryan's sentiment. I think that this is a historic neighborhood, and I don't see the design that's being proposed as to fitting into the aesthetic that seems to pervade there. And it's simply that.
Is there any specific element to it? Is it the proportion, the scale, the fenestrations, any particular design element?
I mean, I'm not an architect, so I can't speak as eloquently as most of my colleagues on this day as to those particular facts. I just think that with this structure is unabashedly modern. This is a historic neighborhood. The house that it's replacing was very obviously of the character of the neighborhood. And I don't see that this incredibly modern and admittedly beautiful structure fits into that character.
There are, to the defense of the aesthetic of it, there are modern, many or a few other designs that are modern within the neighborhood. One of the inspirations to our modern design is specific to 1950s modern. So I don't believe, in our opinion, it's not excessively 2020, 2019 modern. I think it's very much relevant to the 1950s and 60s modernism found throughout the United States of America, including Miami. Although that was a minority in Miami, you still had other types of modern structures that either they survived or many have been demolished to be replaced by some other Mediterranean type architecture over the years.
We have 6 other items to go. And this one's over. Is there any more direction we can give the architect?
I'm just add what my comments. So the reason I voted no was not so much, I do appreciate this design that you're presenting is much, much, much better than the previous design. It was overly bulky, and it was it created a large volume at the rear and the front and the narrow center. So I think this is the reason why I voted no, though, was I felt that if the argument was we're approving this exactly the way it is architecturally, and we're just addressing the site issues individually, that you might not get the best site solution, and that just to be able to come back and create, if you do need to modify the architecture to get a good site solution, that's why I voted no.
Okay, so the majority, just to be, Mr. Tragish and Mr. Campbell, the majority of your comments have to do with a marriage of landscape and site. Of architecture, I'm sorry, and site, or architecture and.
Well, I would say how it fits in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And the way that it's not just a front facade that you studied, but it's also the transition of how each home abuts each other side by side.
And what the roof looks like.
Yeah.
I have, the owner would like to say a.
Hi, I've been hearing a lot about the how it fits into the neighborhood. I don't know how many of you have been to Spring Garden and have seen this, but what I want to do is I just want to show you the pictures of the neighbors.
Excuse me, but the item had been voted on and it's time to move on.
Okay, the neighborhood, it's actually.
Time to move on.
Remember,
This
you can
item has
also,
been voted on.
Ms. Castrillon,
Yes.
remember
Yes.
you can appeal if that is your desire. So don't worry, it's not over. We have to
Okay.
move on to the next item. I appreciate your time.
Item number 5 is approval in the same neighborhood, the same block away, the same type of structure, item number 5 today. And I think, it's not being taken into consideration than the surrounding structures, because I don't think anyone's seen the surrounding structures. Everyone keeps saying it doesn't fit in the neighborhood, but.
I'm sorry, we have to move on. If you want to address that item, you can address it at that time.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair and Amber? I'm sorry.
Related-
Is there an opportunity for the applicant to be continued to study these issues so that they have some idea at this point? I'm not sure procedurally. That's what I would think would happen in a scenario like this, is that it would be continued to allow them to adequately study. So that's my question.
Well, we voted not to continue, we voted to deny.
Okay.
Unless anyone who has voted in the.
Mr. Hopper, may I ask your specific opinion?
I didn't think it fit into the neighborhood at all, and I didn't like the roof.
Okay.
How's that?
That's your opinion, okay.
And Mr. Adams?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. Who was I going to look for? Ms. Ketterer, did you announce that this item was appealable?
Yes, this item may be appealed to City Commission within 15 days from the decision of the board.
I just want to make sure you've got that.
And that will be filed with hearing boards.
Right. Okay. And sorry, Dr. Hopper, to be clear, if anybody who voted no just now, they have the ability to reopen the item to continue it to the next.
Have the ability to propose a motion.
Right. Only those that voted no.
That's correct. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, file ID 7508, a resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying a special certificate of appropriateness for alterations to a contributing property located approximately at 537 Northeast 70th Street, Miami, Florida, 33138 within the Palm Grove Historic District.
Is the applicant present? Or the applicant's representative?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Have you been sworn in?
No?
Do you have?
Sir, can you please go on camera?
There you are.
Sorry, I have COVID-19, sir. So I've been here listening to all that. So I'm sorry for the conditions that I am.
We're sorry too. He doesn't have the ability to be sworn in by someone else because he's being isolated.
No, I'm totally out, sir, for the last 10 days.
So I'm going to ask our city attorney what we do in this case.
So there is a requirement that all applicants and experts and anybody who's providing testimony does need to be sworn in pursuant to our ordinance. So if I understand the applicant's predicament, but it doesn't appear that this item can move forward if he needs to speak on it.
Question, Amber. This was the item that was continued from the previous meeting where the board directed the applicant to perhaps get other insurance quotes or other prices for his roof because I believe his home insurance has run out. He was told to explore other options. If he has explored other options and he emails that information to me, can I present it to the board along with the analysis without him speaking?
So you can absolutely present what you have received as well as your analysis, but any questions directed to the applicant or any follow-ups, et cetera, wouldn't be able to occur. So this would be like a situation where if an applicant didn't show up, the board could still hear the item and vote on the item, but the applicant wouldn't be able to respond to any questions or provide any additional information, which may make it a little bit difficult. And that's, up to the board if they want to hear this or continue it.
Mr. Locorto, did you get the information the board requested?
No, sir. I've been out. I mean, I got sick. I tried to arrange somebody to come and see the roof. Unfortunately, two things happened. One of the ceilings in the room crashed down, so I have leaking right now. Then second, my work has been extended for furlough until the end of September. So an extra money for me spending, it's no, because I don't know what's gonna be my future on that. So the insurance company, I couldn't call how can I call anyone right now if they come to the house and see what it is? So there is no way that I can. And then I got sick. So, and I've been tested positive for COVID-19 and I've been into quarantine completely. I haven't seen nobody, not even my husband. Sorry, guys. It's difficult, but it is what it is. What happened? I was infected by my doctor. I went to see my doctor to do my yearly check, and he was tested with COVID-19, and I got infected. So imagine, terrible. So anyway,
so I'm asking
my personal life. Sorry.
So, okay. So I'm asking city staff how best to proceed with this item. To hear it as if the applicant were not here, or to continue it.
I mean, I could go ahead and read the staff report into the record again so that all the board members are aware of what is being applied for. And if you felt there was sufficient information to make your judgment on, you could, or you could defer the item. Is it fair for me to read the staff report into the record? Bearing in mind the applicant cannot speak.
Right.
And if I may speak, the last meeting we had, I was vocal that I didn't support the change or putting a asphalt tile roof, but I've had a lot of reconsideration of the hardship, not the economic hardship, but the pandemic hardship that we have now. And my feeling has changed that if anything would rise to a legitimate hardship, I think these times that we're going through now does rise to that occasion. So I would be willing to discuss the case, and maybe we'll have a different outcome.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Warren, and Mr. Where'd he go? Oh, Mr. Lacorto.
I'm here. I feel a little dizzy right now, but I'm okay. I'm just
okay. We won't be able to talk to you directly because you haven't been sworn in, but we're going to listen to what the staff report has to say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The applicant is requesting a special certificate of appropriateness to allow for alterations to a contributing residential structure. The subject property is in the Palm Grove Historic District and it was built in 1937. The applicant is proposing to re-roof the structure's hip roof with new asphalt shingles. The original roofing on the tax card is concrete tile, and the historic photograph shows barrel tile that appears to be incorrectly installed. The applicant has received notice from his homeowner insurance company that they will not renew the policy if the roof is 25 years old or has 3 years or less of remaining useful life. The current policy lapsed on June 23rd, 2020 at 12:01 Eastern Time. The applicant has submitted a letter claiming financial distress due to economic hardship, which states that the roof had been previously changed to the existing shingle roof and the replacement is in kind to what is in place. The letter further states the property owners are currently suffering financial distress as both their jobs have been placed on furlough from March 23rd, 2020 through May 22nd, 2020 because of COVID-19. The applicant has since confirmed that this furlough will now last through September. Pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the code as amended and the Secretary of the Interior standards, the Preservation Office recommends denial of the special COA. However, the board may consider the stated economic hardship claim and the proposed alterations and approve the special certificate of appropriateness. The applicant did submit a notarized letter. I'm just quickly opening that up at the moment, see if there's any other pertinent information. They paid $390,500 for the property in June 2017. The only assessed land value of the land and improvements are according to the 3 most recent assessments. And so the only valuation they have is the 369,697. They've included their property taxes for 3 years. The only appraisal in the last 3 years has been for the purchase of the property. There's no profit and loss statements. I'm just quickly looking through here. The cost of the roof replacement is $8,350. And they're going through economic hardship mainly because of the furlough. And that is all the information we have. At the last board meeting, the board did recommend that the applicant perhaps look at other insurance companies or ways to repair the roof to bring it up to the required standard of the insurance company, to look at potential other prices for the correct roofing material. But as you have heard, the applicant is now suffering from COVID-19. It has prevented him from getting any other insurance quotes, any other roofing quotes, or consideration of any other roof repairs to bring it up to the required standard for his homeowner's insurance.
Okay, since we can't ask the applicant for any additional information, does the board have any questions or comments for staff?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Adams. I remember either the February or March meeting, there was another economic hardship case that came before us. And one of the issues was the actual documentation and the requirements to establish economic hardship. And I think that applicant was either misinformed of the amount of documents she needed or something like that, and it wasn't actually clear what was needed to establish this, and we made some decisions, or we came to some clarity. Okay, these are the documents that need to be presented to establish this economic hardship, because it became like up to our sympathy or whatever. Did this applicant submit to you, to the staff, Warren, all those documents that we became clear about from that last case?
They did, yes. The requirements are outlined in Chapter 23, and we now send those requirements to applicants who are looking for economic or applying for economic hardship. He did address all of those questions and include the notarization in his application.
Okay, good. And I do understand his difficulty because maybe me and Mr. Ryan understand this, but insurance on a historic property in the city of Miami is quite difficult, and we do get bounced between citizens and homeowners, which is the very names I saw in the applicant in his documentation. So I understand his difficulty.
Any other questions for staff? Is anyone ready for a motion?
I just want to say that I look at this as twofold, that there's always going to be an economic difference in restoring a building or preserving a building properly and finding an alternate way that will meet code but doesn't rise to the level of the preservation standards. But I think, and the reason the code is written the way it is that it's elective, that you don't have to change your roof if you buy a house and it's existing. But once you elect to change the roof, then you have to comply with the guidelines. And the purpose of that is that over time, the historic neighborhood will over the years of improvements, it will address the preservation issues that have been not followed for certain times of its period. My point is, I think I look at this as not setting a precedent for anyone with an economic hardship can just say, we don't want to follow the guidelines, but that this is an economic hardship combined with a global pandemic. And so I think in light of that this is one of those that there'll be a few homes that won't get done at this time, and they'll get done the next generation around. But I still want to say that I would support this project with the understanding that it's a reaction to very specific circumstances beyond just the individual's economic hardship, and that I would continue to support the preservation guidelines and the staff's recommendations and not set a precedent here. And so that's how I'm rationalizing supporting this project.
And I agree with both my colleagues, and take it a little bit further. I think in the case that Mr. Campbell was talking about, in my mind too, in these types of cases, not all cases, but in these types of cases, it's more importantly to keep more important to keep the structure dry. So if you keep the structure and everything underneath it that is designated historic dry, the roof, those asphalt shingle roofs have 15 years lifespan, and so in that time we revisit it. But for now, let's get the whole thing buttoned up and have this homeowner have a dry house.
So who's going to put that into a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Treckenberg.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that item number 2, property located at 537 Northeast 70th Street, receive a special certificate of appropriateness to allow for alterations for a contributing residential structure.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Trachtenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Colley,
Yes.
Ms. Galvez Turros,
Yes.
Ms. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Prieto y Munoz,
Yes.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Tragash,
Yes.
and Dr. Hopper.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and this decision is final unless appealed to hearing boards within 15 days.
Thank you and good luck. And I hope
Thank you very
you
much. Thank you. I
and
appreciate it.
I hope you have a speedy recovery.
Thank you, sir. I will. I try. Thank you.
Now for item number 3.
HEP item number 3, file ID 7016, a resolution of the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board granting or denying the appeal filed by Northwest 228 LLC of intended decision BD 18-017-520-001 for the property located at approximately 228 Northwest 7th Avenue.
This is the appellant present.
Yes, Mr. Chair. How are you?
Good. Could you please give your name and address for the record?
Happy to. My name is Rachel Streitfeld. My law firm is Brightside Legal. The address is 1455 North Treasure Drive, number 70 in North Bay Village. And I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property. It's 228 Northwest LLC. Would you like me to begin, Mr. Chair? Or did you want to hear from staff first?
I think we usually hear from staff first.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Melvin, Environmental Resources Specialist for the City of Miami. The chief of my division is having some technical issues, Quatisha, with actually being sworn in logistically. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and read the staff report on her behalf, if I may.
Go ahead.
The subject property is located in a T6 8R urban core zone with a lot size of 5,000 square feet. The Environmental Resources Division is in receipt of a tree permit application in conjunction with the building permit for a 3-story multifamily apartment complex. The existing lot is vacant and has 5 existing trees on site and 1 shared strangler fig, scientific name Ficus aurea, that is located on multiple lots. The tree permit application is a request to remove all trees, including the ficus, due to conflicts with the proposed development. The strangler fig is not a good candidate for relocation due to its size, age, and condition, and the proposed building footprint encompasses the majority of the lot, so redesign is not feasible. As a result, the trees do meet the criteria for removal and replacement. Neighboring properties have provided letters supporting the removal of the shared strangler fig. The total DBH proposed for removal is 257 inches, including the strangler fig, which is calculated at 180 inches DBH in accordance with the tree boundary survey provided by the applicant and verified by city staff. In accordance with section 17-6, tree replacement, the required tree replacement is 86 2-inch DBH by 12-foot height trees. The tree replacement provided is 2 green buttonwoods at 3 inches and 15 feet in height, 3 Simpson stoppers at 2 inches in DBH and 12 feet in height, and 2 Vicia palms at 6 inches DBH and 16 feet in height, leaving a mitigation shortfall of 80 2-inch DBH by 12-foot height trees, which will require a tree trust fund contribution of $80,000. Staff recommendation. The Preservation Office recommends that the appeal of the tree removal permit be denied in accordance with the requirements set forth in Chapter 17 of the City Code.
Okay, Ms. Streitfeld, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank all the board members for being here and for giving me your attention and time today, and I look forward to your questions. We are appealing the notice of intended decision based on one tree, the strangler fig that Mr. Melvin cited had a DBH of 180 inches. We are challenging the assessment of the DBH, and I have come to agreement with Mr. Melvin via email yesterday that he actually is in agreement with our arborist, Mr. Jeff Szymanski, who is here and was sworn in, so he can answer any questions as well. The issue with the strangler fig is that it is severely decaying to the point where the original trunk no longer exists. So a tree resource evaluation was submitted in 2018 and another updated evaluation was submitted in 2020. And both those tree resource evaluations do not list a DBH for the strangler fig because the city's code defines DBH as diameter at breast height measured at the trunk, and the trunk does not exist. There is no trunk on the tree. So what we're asking the board to do is to remove the 180 inches from the total DBH to be removed from the property, so it would be the total DBH would then be 77. Again, our arborist report says that there is no trunk. Therefore, the DBH of the trunk cannot be measured. And we have agreement from Mr. Melvin that there is no existing trunk. And that plain and simple is our argument. Now, your code in section 1710, subsection C, does provide an exemption for the tree replacement, which is if a tree is at high risk, then replacement trees are not required. We're making the argument today before you that this tree is in danger of failing. Our arborist report does state that numerous times. And as it is right now, the lots around the tree are vacant. But because it is in danger of failing, we also believe it's a high-risk tree and that it does not require tree replacements. But again, the main thrust of my argument today is that the 180 inches for the strangler fig should be removed because our certified arborist and the city now agrees that there is no existing trunk, that the original trunk has decayed and fallen away. And the only thing supporting the canopy really are aerial roots, and that there's no authority in the city code to measure the aerial roots to get to a DBH. So that is what we would submit, and I'm happy to answer any questions and engage with the board about this issue.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question for Mr. Melvin. Oh, sorry. I have a question for Mr. Melvin. Could you explain DBH in a very short, concise way? I'm not familiar with that term.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Campbell. DBH is shorthand for diameter at breast height. It's a standard forestry measurement. It's taken at 4.5 feet above grade. And in the instances of a tree where it's a single trunk, we would simply measure that single trunk at 4.5 feet above grade, and it would be the diameter. And in the case of multiple trunks, it would be the sum of all of those trunks at 4.5 feet.
Okay. Is there an arborist, in arborist culture, do ficus trees and their aerial roots replace the concept of a trunk?
In this case, they would serve the same functionality in that they would provide support to the canopy, and they would also serve the function of uptake of nutrients and water to the same crown.
Okay. Now, when you say in this case, I'm asking about, okay, when you say in this case, you mean because the trunk has been rotted away, or in all fici, if that's the right word, all ficuses, the aerial roots do serve the function or can serve the function of a trunk?
Correct.
Okay. Another question is, since we have had a few wind events in the city of Miami over the last 12 years, and this tree has survived them all, has it not?
Correct. Well, there's been 2 reports provided. The original report was provided October 4th, 2018, and there was a follow-up report provided February 25th, 2020. And in that time period, there was no noted degradation of the tree in question.
Okay. Over the last 10 years, 5 years, I mean, we have had a few people pass through Irma, but it's been standing there and with no major failure of any major branches being reported of that tree during any of our recent, in the last decade of wind events.
No major failures were noted within the applicant's report. There are areas of decay that were noted. However, there was nothing said in terms of wind throw damage or tear outs.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Campbell, there are images of the decay of the tree in your packet. Both the tree.
I know.
Okay, so I can't say where the decay came from and whether or not there were impacts from a wind event, but you can see from those images that there is significant decay on the tree and that there are branches and missing. And if I may, I also want to read from our arborist report, page 3 of Exhibit 1 before you. I'm reading the second paragraph on page 3. In Appendix A, I have noted NA for the measurement of diameter at breast height or 4.5 feet above grade, since the original trunk of this tree does not exist. It appears to have completely decayed and decomposed. What now exists are only aerial roots that have grown over time to support the large lateral branches. Many of the aerial roots have also completely decayed or are currently in a state of decay. And again, my argument is based on the language of your code that does include for DBH that has to be measured by the trunk. And there is no evidence before you today that there is a trunk of the tree. So we believe that the 180 should be removed. And again, I have an email from Mr. Melvin agreeing to that fact, that there is no trunk of the tree and that they support, reducing the DBH from 180.
Thank you for reminding me. I did read that section, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Melvin about the arborist culture of the aerial roots versus trunk, specifically to that breed of tree, the ficus.
Would it be possible?
I'm taking everything into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Would it be possible for our expert, Mr. Szymanski, to respond to that question if you're interested in what he has to say?
He was sworn
sure,
in.
All the board members. If he's sworn in, all the board members would like to hear yes.
Excellent. Mr. Szymanski, are you there? Oh no, Jeff, where did you go?
He's being promoted.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There he is.
Hi, Jeff.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened here. Okay, there is currently no trunk. Now, ficus says...
Sir, I just want to confirm, were you sworn in?
I sure am. I'm still wearing the, I was sworn in this morning by you, I guess. I still have my orange band on my wrist.
Oh, you were at City Hall.
Yes, I was at City Hall.
Perfect. I remember now.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. So the structure that exists of this tree is sitting on 3 different properties, it appears. Now, my first inspection, I noticed it was decayed and there were a lot of branches laying on the ground on this property and the adjacent property. Now, this last time in February, when I went back, the site was cleared up a bit and I had permission to go on the adjacent property to inspect the tree. And the original trunk is completely decayed. Now, as ficus grows, the branches grow laterally and they put down aerial roots. And they're sort of cantilevered out, and eventually those roots become structural. There are 3 phases of ficus aerial roots. They hang loosely. Once they hit the ground, they form what's called tension wood. If you ever cut one with a chainsaw, it'll pop. It's non-supportive at that point. Then eventually, at some point, it hardens up and it becomes a structural root. But if you removed what was remaining of the trunk, and you can see in the pictures that those cantilevered branches will fail. The tree is decaying. Yeah, it hasn't fallen down yet, but it's going to fall down because the decay can't be stopped and it won't stop. And there's those aerial roots that are existing cannot support those long branches. Now, you know, whether or not, whatever DBH you figure, you don't measure, they're not structural roots on this tree.
May I ask a couple questions, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I was about to recognize you, Mr. Colley.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Szymanski, Mr. Melvin, Ms. Streitfeld. I have basic questions here. So, the city of Miami the issue is the tree. Okay, first question. The adjacent property owners have also agreed to allow the removal of the tree, and I'm sure they probably would like the tree to be removed, right? Okay, so that's all right. So that's not in question. The city of Miami, sounds to me like the main question is whether, if the arborist report states that there's no trunk, then obviously the argument is then per the code, you know, that's the gist of it. So the issue is it's the amount of payment into the tree trust fund that is the issue here, correct?
Correct.
It's an interpretation of that. You're not being prevented from developing the site. It's pure at this point. It's you guys would like to remove that tree. The city of Miami, it sounds to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, Mr. Melvin or Ms. Streitfeld, or it seems that the city of Miami says, well, yes, you could remove that tree. We just have a difference of agreement about how we accommodate the mitigation. And I'm an arborist and a landscape architect as well, so I understand this. So it's impossible to plant 80 trees or 100 trees or whatever the calculation would be on this site, right? So then, and you have a landscape plan, it sounds like, or mitigation proposed, which is basically incredibly minimal. It sounds to me. You mentioned a couple of palm trees and a couple of little trees, right? So I also know that the city of Miami code will allow you to plant trees. Like, let's just say that this was an 80-inch tree. In theory, I believe you could plant 24-inch trees, and you could offset that cost, for example. Mr. Melvin, is that correct? In a situation like this, if there's a difference of opinion about the amount of DBHs that are being removed for this tree, some of that could be offset by providing additional trees, correct?
Some of that could be offset by providing additional replacement trees or increasing what's already being provided in terms of diameter. So increasing
yeah, right.
of replacement trees, correct.
Right. So, and nobody's in disagreement. I mean, I understand that this is a major problem. You know, it's a major issue. You have this tree. Is the tree, it's hard to tell from the pictures, is it a big, nice tree? Is it, or a bunch of trunks that are growing in the corner, basically, and have some pieces that are being supported by these aerial roots, as Mr. Szymanski mentioned?
The tree is located at the intersection of
Right.
3 lots, and it sprawls across what is existing now is just a chain link fence that separates the lots.
Okay.
You can see that on page 314. Fairly well.
Yeah. So I guess my question is, would everybody consider, it sounds to me like this whole thing is about the amount of mitigation that's required. And I'm trying to, you know, see what the middle ground here is. And then it sounds, you know, it's a good argument in the sense that the tree, if it doesn't have a trunk, according to the arborist report, but Mr. Campbell's comment, I mean, it is typical around these parts that with a ficus tree, the aerial roots, you know, they're not always supported by a central trunk. These trees are supported a lot of times by aerial roots. And so, so I guess my first question is, it's mostly about the amount of mitigation required. And my second question would be for Mr. Melvin. Mr. Melvin, so based on Mr. Szymanski's assessment that the tree will eventually fail, I mean, would you consider it a hazardous tree at this time, Mr. Melvin? Or is it really just about the difference of this, how you calculate the DBH?
In the letter that was filed by the appellant, they're making 2 arguments. One being that the tree is high risk or hazardous for failure, and then B, that the tree was not measured correctly. And I'd just like to clarify for the record that a second arborist report was provided by Mr. Szymanski after the appeal was filed. And there was a paragraph within that same report that provided staff with a possible estimate of the trunk that had decayed. And that estimate was acceptable to us. And that would have reduced the mitigation. But in speaking with the appellant, I wasn't given the impression that they were amenable to that DBH reduction.
So,
question or not.
So okay, so let me paraphrase that. If we were good to go by the most current arborist report provided, the city of Miami and Mr. Szymanski are in agreement on the findings of the arborist report. And that lowered the DBH that this appeal is based on.
It would lower the DBH from 180 inches to 48 inches, correct?
Wow, that's major. So then theoretically you could plant 12 4-inch trees and not pay into the tree trust fund. Correct? I mean, if we were just referring to this one ficus tree.
Just that one ficus tree case, it would have to plug into the
Right.
landscape plan.
But it goes from 180 inches to 48. That's a humongous reduction. You're talking about the issue. If the issue is that, and I get it. I mean, this is bad. That's a humongous reduction in cost that I'm telling you would be able to offset by planting some new trees. So I'm just looking for middle ground here, and we obviously want the best for everybody involved. City of Miami, you know, we're very serious about our tree canopy. I get it that this tree just grew naturally in the corner, and you know we do have requirements of replacing canopy. So my feelings on it, from based on what we're suggesting right now, is that the new arborist report, if it was considered the new arborist report goes a long way towards mitigating, no pun intended, the issue that you originally filed the real appeal on. My suggestion would just be to go to refile the tree. I guess, Mr. Melvin, would it be refiling the tree permit application, recalculating these things, and then providing the owners and their attorney with the new calculation numbers? Is that what would happen now?
I believe it would be a matter of resubmitting the building plans, because the tree permit was processed as part of that master building plan.
Okay.
With those adjusted mitigation calculations within the landscape plans.
So Ms. Streitfeld, that would technically mean you would have this new arborist report. You would have to ask whoever prepared the landscape plans for this project if they could just update their landscape plan accordingly. And in essence, you would save a lot. You would really be doing a huge service to not only your clients, but also to the city of Miami. I mean, that would be my suggestion here. At this time, I would have to say that based on the evidence provided, my feelings would be that to deny the appeal based on this new information provided. I don't know if that makes sense to you. I'm trying to really help you understand how to work through these issues instead of just saying, I disagree with I agree with this, both the arborist and the city of Miami in this case. That's basically what I'm getting at. So it makes it very hard then to say, to proceed in any other fashion.
I appreciate that, Mr. Colley. Thank you. We have a new landscape plan drawn up that reflects the arborist report with a 0 dBH. Mr. Melvin is suggesting 48. And while I am very appreciative that it is a significant reduction from 180, as an attorney, I have to say there's no competent substantial evidence to support 48 inches because it's all hypothetical. The language in the arborist report says if there were a trunk, it may be 48 inches. It's all hypothetical. So if we were to agree to a DBH of 48 inches, that would, if you're going to say absolutely not to reducing it to 0, which is our position, then we can agree to 48. But I have hesitation about that because, again, reading from the arborist report on page 3, it says if there was no decay or if the decay was not so extensive in the original trunk it existed, it would be reasonable to expect the trunk to have a DBH of approximately 48 inches. But again, that's not reality. We haven't measured it. We can't measure it. So if the inclination of the board is to deny the appeal, I would ask you to grant the appeal and to allow us to resubmit the landscape plans with either the 0 dBH or another dBH that the board, includes in its resolution. But we would prefer 0, obviously.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a comment to make. I'm looking at page 10 of the first exhibit. And this ficus tree canopy is extremely huge. And I want everyone to refocus on the purpose of the city of Miami's tree ordinances in the first place, which is to protect the canopy that's within the city. And this is a massive canopy. And it has survived wind events. And I think to call this massive, beautiful ficus tree a DBH of 0, I think is really stretching it. If you want to get to 0, I mean, I am not an arborist myself, but the canopy looks extremely healthy and large. And my wondering is a third option: does the ficus have to be destroyed? Does the canopy prevent the project from being built? Does the canopy invade the envelope and the footprint of the building? So I'd like to boil this down to 2 questions. One for Mr. Melvin. Do you consider this an unsafe tree?
So I do have a qualification in tree risk assessment from the International Society of Arboriculture, so I can speak to the subjects. Based on the site visit that I performed, which was last year, and the arborist report that was provided by Mr. Shemansky, tree risk assessment is basically broken down to 2 major factors. The first being the likelihood of failure of a particular tree or a tree part. So, there is question as to the condition of the tree and the likelihood of failure. But the other aspect of tree risk assessment deals with targets. And in Mr. Shemansky's report, it speaks of there not being any targets present. So it doesn't speak to there being any imminent hazard.
Yeah, all 3 lots are vacant.
So one second, Mr. Sheffer, I have a question for you, Mr. Whitefield. does the canopy of the ficus interfere with your building plans? Because it's all the way in the corner. I know the root and trunk system is all the way in the corner. So that part doesn't interfere, but does the canopy interfere with the building project?
Yes, sir, it does. The client is trying to build a 3-story multifamily development or housing structure on that lot, and frankly, the neighbors are trying to do the same. This is in I guess West Brickell is what we're calling this neighborhood now, and it is. These lots are currently undeveloped. They are frankly full of trash and eyesores, and the strangler fig, while I'm here in the mountains of North Carolina surrounded by trees, so I appreciate canopy, but unfortunately it does get in the way of the building footprint. And frankly, and Mr. Shemansky's arborist report states this, that to build there would be dangerous because we would be creating a target on vacant land where there are no targets for a tree that is in danger of failing.
Well, there's the issue of the tree, the building becoming a target for the tree, but as the building rises, do any of the major branches of the ficus tree preclude the erection of the walls of the envelope of the building? I really want to understand, because I can't really answer that from the drawings. The corner of the building does look really close to the corner of the lot where the tree is, but I can't really tell if the major branches interfere in the erection of the walls of the envelope of the building, the shell. That's what I really want to get.
Just the point of
the destruction.
There seems to be a tree disposition plan where you can see where the building is, and that's on page 320 of our packet. So maybe that would answer some of your questions.
320.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Because I want to just really establish if the destruction of the ficus is a must, because it's stopping the project, and then mitigation is the next step, and then how to go through that mitigation, whether it's with the DBH, or can we not touch the ficus and the project still survive? That's my real thing. And I'm looking at page 320 right now, and you see, I can't tell, Todd, because I can't tell if the footprint of the building.
What it looks like to me is
I can't tell.
There's 6 trees. There's 6 trees on the site, or 5 of the trees are on site, and this one is partially on site, and all of them are going to be removed. And it doesn't look like there's any trees that are going to be replaced.
We are replacing the trees. We do have 7 replacement trees that are going to be planted on the site, and the client is prepared to contribute to the tree trust fund to make up for the DBH that we're lacking. Mr. Campbell, I hear what you are saying, and unfortunately, to develop this lot and the adjacent lots, the ficus does need to be removed. There are significant branches that interfere as the building footprint, goes up. And again, because the tree is dangerous and in risk of failing, the developer does want to go forward and remove the tree. And as Mr.
Well, in your arborist view, it's in risk of falling. I'm not sure if that's a unanimous conclusion, but
may I address that? I'm sorry. May I address that?
Yes.
So I'm a tree risk assessed qualified too. There are currently no targets except an old fence. However, if this was residential property, if there were 3 residential lots there with targets, knowing ficus as I know them, and observing the amount of decay and weight that's cantilevered out over the properties, I would have recommended the immediate removal of these trees, because there then would be hazardous conditions with targets. This tree will fail, may not fail tomorrow, but as this decay progresses, these large branches will fall to the ground. Like I said, if this was residential property, I would have recommended the removal of the tree.
Okay, thank you.
And I think they have the right to remove the tree, but then it's a question of mitigation for the removal. And this neighborhood, which we here like to call East Little Havana, the tree was probably dropped by a bird, 40, 50 years ago. And I think the big debate, Mr. Melvin, tell me if this is, because it's a debate in my mind, because a gumbo limbo, an oak, whatever, it's very straightforward. You take a tape measure and you go around the tree to see what the diameter is, right?
Correct.
This one, the aerial roots, they're crucial because they're Ficus benjamina across the street from where I live, where they've trimmed the roots over the years and they'll drop with a 5-mile-an-hour wind. So it's part of the structure of the tree. However, it's not really a true diameter because there's a lot of air in there, and it becomes really kind of bulky. We used to climb these trees in Merry Christmas Park as a kid, Silver Bluff Park, and these giant, huge trees, which were probably 30, 40 feet round if you took a tape measure all around it. But that's not fair as far as mitigation goes. So I like that there's some visiting what this particular ficus, what the true fair DBH is. And I think that's the issue. Coming from North Carolina, and you want to go to zero, I don't understand that. So you're not going to go to zero, and it's actually a little more insulting. I think, what did you say, 48 was where you're kind of leaning to?
Correct.
That could be fair. I mean, at least in my mind. I mean, 180 is a little out of control for a tree that a bird dropped 50 years ago that gets wide but has a ton of air in the middle and kind of makes unusable space. So I understand. So I would I don't know how to go there, or if people have more comments, but I think going with that suggested 48-inch DBH is probably the fairest route, at least for me.
Any other questions or comments? Are we ready for a motion?
How do we address this if the motion would be to go to a 48-inch DBH for that particular ficus? Would it be a denial and come back with a new application?
So anybody can.
That's a good question.
Can I say something? I would not think so. I would think that based on the evidence that's been provided to us today, that there is an agreement with the city of Miami and an agreement with the project's arborist on the assessment of the tree and the amount of DBH, that I would think that it would be just, a denial of the appeal. And then that procedurally, the new report, the new landscape plan would be submitted back to the city. And the tree permit would be issued to remove this tree. And then Ms. Streitfeld, your clients would have the option, or I believe that they should put new trees on the property site to offset that loss, which I think you can easily do here. You can easily make up 48 inches of trees on this site and not pay into a tree trust fund. And you'll make the neighborhood better and you'll get through the process. So I'm not sure the best way to frame it or the best thing to say, or if anybody else has any comments, but I mean, I would make a motion that we deny the appeal based on that.
Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Let's hear from the Assistant City Attorney and then Mr. Campbell. Remembering that we do not have a second for this motion yet.
Some other options would be to grant the appeal in part and make findings that, the arborist report indicated that it was likely that the tree would likely be the 48 DBH. The city of Miami, we could say environmental resources had no objection to that. The board agrees, you know, if findings like that are made, it could be just granted in part, and then the final outcome would be the 48 DBH. Another route is to, and this might be more so working with the applicant, if the applicant is in agreement with this route, is to continue it and have them resubmit their application with the 48 ZBH, and you know that then the city environmental resources as well as the applicant can agree to that and move on, and then the appeal would basically be moot and they could withdraw it. Those are two other options that I think would facilitate what the end result this board would like to see.
How about approval of or granting of the appeal with a condition?
I think
would the condition be, Mr. Chair, that
because they are asking for, the board doesn't want to grant their appeal fully. They want to grant it in part or grant, right. You know, and then we can put the modifications in the legislation.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Mr. Campbell?
I was just wondering if granting the appeal partially based upon approval of environmental resources of the 48 DBH between environmental resources and the client. And that will come back before us, seeing that they have come to their agreement of the 48 DBH, and then full approval will be granted. Does that sound
well, I was trying to get it
a good direction?
I was trying to get it all done today with what the board has been indicating. I think there's genuine consensus that the tree can be removed, but we're not comfortable with giving total mitigation away. We would like to see that 48 inches replaced somewhere. Am I right, board members?
Mm-hmm.
So we're really looking for the best way of accomplishing that goal. Would you say, Mr.
So I'm thinking of a way to put the language to this, to conclude the language so we can move on. So either partial approval or continuance, or 100% approval with conditions. So which is the best one for her? So I would like to make a motion for.
We have a motion on the floor first that we had put off getting a second on.
I can withdraw it so that we can get this all worked out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole.
Okay.
Mr. Campbell. Go ahead.
So is a continuance an actual motion? Do you have to make a motion for a continuance?
Yes, you do. But
okay.
But I'm going to ask you why you're continuing before you make your motion.
Based upon a partial approval, by the suggestion by Ms. Ketterer, a partial approval, and will return to us based upon the agreement between environmental resources and the client of a 48 DBH. And
Okay,
then full approval will be granted.
That wouldn't really be a continuance. That would be an approval with a comeback.
Okay. Would the word partial be attached to the approval, or would it be fully approved?
Chair, if I may, just
Go ahead.
what I was suggesting is two different avenues to go. The first, I think, could be a motion to approve in part and deny in part, right? So the portion that it seems this board would like to approve is the objection of the 240 dBH, I believe. So it would be approving it, but denying the 0 dBH and modifying staff's decision to the 48 dBH. So it would be a motion to approve the appeal in part and denying it in part. And then in the body of the legislation, and then modifying the administrative decision to 48 dBH. Does that make sense? So it would be one motion that would incorporate all three of those things.
Right. You got that?
Okay, Chris, would you like to, as a landscape man, would you like to go and make that motion? I think I'm clear now. Withdraw the from one and make yours now, or you like me to do it? I'm okay either way.
I mean, I'm happy to try. I think
Okay.
we're all trying to say
Go
the
ahead.
same thing. If it doesn't work,
Go ahead,
okay.
perfect.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the appeal in part, and that is that to approve the appeal in part that the previously proposed amount of DBH mitigation is excessive based on the new findings, and to approve in part that some DBH mitigation is required, and that mitigation is 48 inches based upon the testimony that's been presented today. And that is all with the understanding that this will be clarified at permitting with the Department of Environmental Resources.
Is there a second?
That's my motion.
Mr. Campbell has seconded.
Yes.
And is there any discussion on the motion?
I'd like to chime in if I may.
Yes, Mr. Millman.
I just wanted to clarify that the tree in question or the DBH that we're talking about here only pertains to one of the trees.
That's
there
correct.
are additional trees on site which are proposed for removal, which would also need to be mitigated on top of this tree.
Yes.
Correct. I'll add that. Yes, I would like to add that clarification to the motion. The 48 inches was in reference to the ficus, and that additional mitigation will be required as noted on the plans.
Which was originally calculated at 180, because I think someone just said 240. It was the 150 inches for that specific tree.
Right.
180 was just for the ficus.
That's-
240 is for everything.
Yeah.
Including the avocados and the other removals.
I think it's 257 was for everything.
We're dealing with the 180 here.
Yeah.
But the facts are that we're reducing the amount for the ficus to the 48 inches as agreed to everybody, and that there's no other question about the other previous DBH, so that would be additional to the 48 inches.
Right.
So since there's a discussion on the floor, I do have a question for Mr. Melvin. Does it make a difference when there is a tree that is a invasive species versus non-invasive species when you're doing these calculations?
So invasive species isn't something that's explicitly defined within our code of ordinance. We define them as prohibited trees. There's a list that's offered by the county for trees that are discouraged from planting or ones that may escape into natural communities. The Ficus aurea in question is a native tree, so we would require mitigation in full for that tree.
Mm-hmm.
If it was a prohibited tree, we would not require replacement for it.
I see. So if it was an invasive species that was not on that list, you would just negate it as not being there.
No, we would still document it as being there, and we would post the same 10-day appeal period. We just wouldn't require replacement for the same tree.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for a roll call? Go ahead.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Colley,
Yes.
Ms. Galvez-Duros,
Yes.
Ms. Odell, Ms. Odell,
I think she's muted.
you're on mute.
She's there.
Maybe she should learn sign language.
Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Don't think she realizes she's muted.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Heard
Mr.
everything.
Prieto y Munoz. Oh, he stepped away. Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
Mr. Trachtenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Tragash,
Yes.
and Dr. Hopper.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and this decision is final unless appealed with hearing boards within 15 days.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
And now we're ready for number 4, I believe.
Step item number 4, file ID 7408, a resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying an after-the-fact application for a special certificate of appropriateness for the painting of murals on a non-contributing property located at approximately 5120 Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida 33137, within the Miami Modern Biscayne Boulevard Historic District.
And is the applicant present? Were you sworn in earlier? You're muted. You're going to have to take your mute off. There you go. No.
Okay, yes. I sent my affidavit to Mrs. Alvarez via email.
Okay.
We received it.
Okay, good.
Thank you. We'll start with the staff report.
And Chair and the board, can I introduce Isabel Castellano? Isabel is our temporary consultant who's helping the department out at the moment. Isabel did write the analysis and she will be presenting it to the board.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Thanks for having me. Okay, so reading off from in record, the PZ 206381, pursuant to section 23-6-2B4 of the City Code of Ordinances as amended, the applicant is requesting an after-the-fact special certificate of appropriateness to allow the paintings of murals on a parcel zoned T680 Urban Core Transect Zone. The subject property is a non-contributing structure located within the Upper East Side net area. The site is located between the east side of Federal Highway and the west side of Biscayne Boulevard. On June 6, 2006, the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board, pursuant to Ordinance Number HEP Board 2006-59, designated the subject property located at 5120 Biscayne Boulevard as part of the Mimo Bibo Historic District. Within the PZ 206381 application, copies of emails from EMCA Investments Incorporated dating back from November 24, 2015 have been uploaded to the reference of constant graffiti and wall vandalization occurring on the subject property's north wall. Further description includes the issues of homeless living in the north side and near the property within repetitive graffiti to the north wall to the empty lot on the north side of the subject property. The empty lot to the north wall is described to not have a fence. A mural was painted on the north side of the subject property located in 5120 Biscayne Boulevard in order to deter the vandals to constantly return to the same location. A certificate of appropriateness had not been issued for these alterations. EMCA Investments, Inc., Helena Jill, addressed Preservation Officer Mr. Warren Adams the applicant's request to obtain a certificate of appropriateness on March 20, 2020, due to a violation notice they received in February 24, 2020, for not acquiring a permit of the mural. Section 23-6.2H1 of the Miami Code of Ordinance states, generally the application relating to alterations of new construction as required in subsection A, the proposed wall shall not adversely affect the historic, architectural, or aesthetic character of the subject structure or the relationship and congruity between the subject structure and its neighboring structures and surroundings, including but not limited to the form, spacing, height, yards, material, color or rhythm, and pattern of window and door openings in building facades, nor shall the proposed work adversely affect the special character or special historic, architectural, or aesthetic interest or value of the overall historic site. Historic district or multiple property designation. Excerpts from the special standards and guides have been specified in the designation of a particular historic resource, historic district, or multiple property designation where the board has subsequently adopted additional standards and guidelines for a particular designated historic resource. Historic district or multiple property designation, decisions relating to alterations or new construction shall be guided by the U.S. Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and guidelines for rehabilitating historic buildings. Special standards and guidelines adopted in the City of Miami are 1. The historic design guidelines, which state artistic murals or patterns are not allowed and required HEP board approval. Exterior paint colors should highlight the architectural features on a structure but not detract from them. Appropriate paint colors shall be consistent for a facade based on its architectural styles and historic context. A successful paint scheme enhances the look of a structure. However, when inappropriate colors are applied to it, it can be detrimental to the architecture. Dark colors and bright hues are not allowed on the structures. Special standards number 2. The MIMO Biscayne Boulevard Historic District Design Guidelines that include a selection of 44 suggested color palettes approved by the HEP board on March 2nd, 2009 to provide possible color combinations that would be appropriate for the MIMO Historic District. The murals do not comply with the above, as firstly, no HEP board approval for the historic murals or patterns has been obtained, as the work was undertaken without the submission of a COA application. Secondly, the current mural does eliminate and discourage unwanted graffiti. However, the paint colors and patterns on the north side of the structure were not intended to highlight architectural features. Thirdly, even though some of the mural colors are similar to selected and individual colors from the prevailing paint color schemes within the historic district, they were not chosen and consistent from a pre-approved color palette before the mural was completed. The application has not demonstrated compliance with Chapter 23, entitled Historic Preservation of the Miami City Code of Ordinance, and the Secretary of Interior Standards staff. The staff finds the request does not comply with all applicable criteria and findings that the request of the After Effects Special Certificate of Appropriateness for the paintings of murals does adversely affect the historic and architectural or aesthetic character of the subject structures and aesthetic and theoretical value of the historic district. Pursuant to Section 2362B4 of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances as amended, and the Secretary of Interior staff, the Preservation Office recommends denial of the After Effects Special Certificate of Appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gill, would you like to respond?
Yes. Well, first of all, I think, let me explain. The owner of this property, he had his own company and he passed away unexpectedly a year ago. So I am working here now. His wife and I are trying to continue with his businesses. So when we received the violation that we didn't have a permit for that mural, all this was unknown to us. We were not aware of anything. And looking into the emails, investigating a little, is when we found out how he was tired of all the vandalism and the graffiti. So 6 years ago, the owner then had talks with the city officials at that time. And at that time, he got a verbal authorization given by the director of compliance at the time, Mr. Gutierrez, and Mrs. Watts Slayton, to paint an artistic mural on that wall as long as it did not advertise anything. That's all I could find out about this issue. I mean, I don't think he was aware that it was part of the MIMO district or it was a palette of colors. He just got that authorization and he painted a mural. I don't think he got guidance on the colors to do it. And that's why we are asking for this certificate after the fact.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I have a question. Reading through the letters, I saw that in 2015, the applicant or the deceased, or I'm not sure which one, made a...
Yeah.
Yes, he reached out to a City of Miami official in 2015, talking about the difficulties of the mural and asking for assistance. Now, did that official, when contacted in 2015, inform the appellant that he would have to seek approval from the MIMO board before proceeding with the mural? because that's where the trail ends for me, and that's a very important issue. Whether was he told yes, we can do the mural. I understand what you're going through, yes, but you have to go do this. Was he given instruction, or did he just go ahead? Was he not recontacted by this City of Miami official? Did he just go ahead and not wait for the contact from that specific email that I read in 2015?
Exactly. I don't know, but I know this gentleman always did everything according to the law. Like, he was very proper in all his standings. So I'm going to assume that if he didn't have a verbal authorization to do it, or if he had heard anything that he needed to get a permit, he could have done it. Because I know he spent a considerable amount of money to do this. So I don't think he would have spent that amount of money if he knew he couldn't do it, going against the rules at that time. Now, I haven't
And you have no official, you have no official documentation or contact, just like the ones you provided up to 2015, nothing post 2015 about contact with that specific official or with the MIMO board?
No, and I looked through the emails, but I haven't found anything. So, no, I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Sorry, am I on now?
Yes.
He very easily could have done this without realizing we've had this over and over again in this area, and not doing the law is not an excuse for it. I mean, that's a little.
Of course, yeah.
But there are rules, and they need to be followed. And if there's a record of it, then it seems just pretty clear cut what the deal is. I mean, he probably didn't mean to get away with it. We've had some that do.
No, yeah. I cannot say.
Yeah, but still, there's in order, it is a district, and there are regulations and rules to maintain the integrity of the district.
Of course, yeah.
Colors and approval of it prior. So it seems pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Let me ask Mr. Adams a question. We've had, 3, maybe 4 other murals in MIMO district? What's the status of those now?
Basically, what happened was we had the La Placita, and can everyone ensure their microphones are muted, please? La Placita property, the painted the large Puerto Rican flag without approval. They came to the board for an after-the-fact approval. The board denied it, and they ultimately appealed it to City Commission. In the course of that happening, we found out that Organic Bites had 3 murals, and they came to the board for approval after the fact, and it was denied, and they also appealed to City Commission. City Commission approved the Organic Bites murals. And then what happened was La Placita came back after their appeal had been deferred. They come back to City Commission, and the decision was that La Placita was allowed to keep their mural until such time as Organic Bites removed their murals. So in other words, if Organic Bites paint over the murals in 2 months' time, La Placita will also have to do that.
What about Panther Coffee?
Panther Coffee, I believe what happened then was there was a decision to allow, that was effectively a painted sign. And I think they were allowed to keep it so long as they incorporated neon into the design of the sign. But really what we have here is we have La Placita, which was effectively 2 entire facades. We have Organic Bites, which was, I believe 3 or 4 smaller murals on different walls within the property. And then we have Panther Coffee, which was effectively just...
You have to stay until this is over? Wow.
Can you please mute your microphone at the City Hall? So effectively, that's what happened with the three different properties. So the bottom line is those that were appealed were allowed to remain until such time as Organic Bites paint over their murals.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one question possibly for the applicant.
Mm-hmm.
Has the mural stopped the vandalism? Has there been no more vandalism since the mural was painted?
A little. At least by the time I've been here a year, we only had one time graffiti painted. So we contacted the artist that did the graffiti. He came, he painted over. Before that, I believe that it stopped it considerably. Instead of having graffiti every week, maybe it's been 4 or 5 times in the last 6 years that the mural has been there. But we've also been in constant communication with the city of Miami, trying for them to address the lot next to us. Because when we contacted the owners of that loft, they said that they cannot fence it. But then when I contacted the city of Miami at Buena Vista, they told me that no, they can fence it, but they don't want to do it. So I put a formal complaint for them to clean up that area of the people living there and to clean up all the trash that was there. I don't know, and we also work with the city of Miami because we had some of those people living there coming into our shop and some vandals also spray painting. But we work with the city of Miami and we put these signs. I don't remember now what type of signs are, but we can call the police and they come to deter when something happens. So I know they also have been around the shopping center more. So I think that also might have deterred vandalism to happen more often.
I have spoken with the Imo Bible Association and they are aware of the issues and the size of the lot to the north of it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that the MIMO Association, even though they don't want to encourage it because of the size of the lot, may be amenable to a chain link fence as long as facing Biscayne Boulevard is a metal railing fence. So I don't know where the property owners stand on that. I haven't heard from them.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we are trying to do.
Any other questions? Like maybe everybody gets a mural until Organic Bites paints over theirs.
I think the intention of that deal was for it to sunset out of existence, whether it happens right now or whatever. But the idea is to follow the rules.
Right.
Yeah. I have a question because I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of new to all this. When was this property, the one with our property, was always inside the MIMO district?
Yes.
Oh, that has. Oh, okay, okay,
From 2006.
okay.
And the building that used to be next door where the vacant lot is now was torn down right before that area was designated, so that's why there's a empty lot there instead of the perfectly done building that used to be there.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Should I make a motion? Can I?
Yes, Mr. Ryan, go ahead.
You make a motion to deny the after the fact special certificate of appropriateness for the mural painted at 5120 Biscayne Boulevard.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Odell has seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's have a roll call, please.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Odell?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell? Mr. Campbell?
I think we've lost Mr. Campbell.
Did he step away? Okay.
Back to him again. Yeah.
Mr. Colley?
Yes.
Ms. Galvez Durros?
Hello, it's Mr. Campbell. I'm back. Yes.
Oh, yes, okay. Mr. Prieto y Munoz?
I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, can you please turn on your video and tell us your vote?
Oh. Yes. 1 second.
I apologize. The
No
interruption.
problem.
Ms. Galvez Torres is in the dark.
I'm outside, that's why. Hold on.
Someone's in the metro.
Yeah, it sounds like Metro Rail. Good job.
I'm having trouble getting my video connected.
Okay, Beatrice, did you want to go and then come back to Mr. Campbell at the end to see if he can get his video?
Yes.
Is
Mr.
that everybody?
Trachtenberg?
Who?
Mr. Trachtenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Tragash?
Yeah.
Mr. Tragash?
Yes.
You have
We
to
need
turn
your
on the
video.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Sorry about that.
Dr. Hopper?
Yes.
We're still waiting on Mr. Campbell?
Campbell.
Did Denise vote?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Good then. Right?
I think we lost Mr. Campbell.
Oh, his.
Hope we didn't fall on the tracks.
We lost Mr. Campbell.
Okay. I'll mark him as away for this item.
Yes.
And motion passes unanimously. And the decision is final unless appealed to hearing boards within 15 days.
Unless appealed. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it, right? Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Ms. Gill. We're ready for item number 5.
Item number 5.
Here, can I
ID 7342. A resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying an application for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of an 8-unit residential structure located at approximately 750 to 760 Northwest North River Drive, Miami, Florida 33136, within the Spring Garden Historic District.
Mr. Adams had something to say.
Can I suggest we review this one and the next one together? They typically form a large development with a vacant lot between them. The designs are very similar. The proposals are very similar. They're both by the same applicant. So if we can read both items into the record at once, I can go through the full staff analysis for the first one and maybe abridge the second one a bit more because they are very similar.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Momentarily, who is the applicant on this? I have a Grand Ritchie, but I don't see them in. I don't see them logged into Zoom. Is it Grand Ritchie?
I believe the applicant is the City Hall terminal.
Please, City Hall.
Hello?
Good evening. I'm Herman Romney. I'm the architect for the projects, and I'm here representing Mr. Ritchie.
Okay, very good.
So any questions you have that you want me to address, I'll be very glad to.
Been sworn in. Have you been sworn in?
Were you sworn in earlier?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Here's my, wait. Here's my red wristband.
Very good. We'll read the second item into the record, and then we'll start with the staff report. And stay tuned. We'll be right back for you.
Step item number 6, file ID 7343, a resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying an application for a special certificate of appropriateness to permit the new construction of a 10-unit residential structure located at approximately 710 to 720 Northwest North River Drive, Miami, Florida 33136, within the Spring Garden Historic District.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll start with the staff report.
The applicant is requesting a special COA for the new construction of an 8-unit residential structure on a parcel zone T4R General Urban Transect Zone. This project or this application is for 750 to 760 Northwest North River Drive. It is on 2 lots, and each lot measures approximately 13,000 square feet. Subject plots are currently vacant. The 8 new residential units will effectively be split into 2 separate structures that are only joined at the 3rd floor level of the northeast elevation. Unlike previous proposals for this site, the structures are built longitudinally along the lots rather than across them, which provides an open view from the river via the driveway access to the garages. This development is being proposed along with a similar development by the same applicant for the 2 lots located at 710 to 720 Northwest North River Drive, where 10 units are proposed. The 2 proposed developments are separated by 1 lot, which is owned by another party. The ground floor of 6 of the units contains 4 garage parking spaces, while the remaining 2 units have 2 garage parking spaces and a guest room with bathroom. The submittal states a total of 12 spaces are required and 28 are provided. The 2nd floor of each unit contains a living room, kitchen and bathroom, and the 3rd floors contain bedrooms and bathrooms. Construction is of concrete block and stucco and a flat rooftop with a parapet. The total height to the top of the parapet is 37 feet. Although on the street front and waterfront elevations, the parapet angles upwards to a maximum height of 40 feet. Fenestration will be of aluminium frame and what appears to be glass. The front or northeast elevation will be faced with fibre cement panels resembling historic wood siding. Fenestration on the ground and 2nd floors will be set in a regular pattern. Fenestration on the 3rd floor will be an almost continuous wall of glass set within a white projecting concrete ground. The balconies will have glazed railing systems. The rear or southwest elevations will be of white painted stucco. The fenestration is in a regular pattern, and balconies will have glazed railing systems. The ground floor terraces will have horizontally set steel cable railing systems. The northwest and southeast elevations will be of grey and white painted stucco. The ground floors will mainly consist of blank walls as they house the garages. The 2nd floor terraces will be screened by vertically set aluminium sunbreaks with a powder-coated wood grain finish. The interior elevations facing the garage access driveway will be of grey and white painted stucco and fibre cement panels resembling horizontal wood siding. The ground floor will contain garages with overhead open mesh metal doors. Proposed setbacks are 20 feet 1 inch to the front, 20 feet 1 inch to the rear, and 0 feet 4 inches to the sides. There's a variety of landscaping on the proposal, including silver buttonwood and orange Geiger trees on the street, Japanese blueberry, Montgomery palms, triple pygmy date palms, triple Christmas palms within the front setback. Generally, for applications relating to new construction, the proposed work shall not adversely affect the historic, architectural or aesthetic character or the relationship and congruity between the subject structure and its neighbouring structures. And we look at items such as form, spacing, height, yards, materials, colour, rhythm and pattern of window and door openings and facades. With regard to the form, the proposed new construction incorporates elements from existing historic structures, including simulated wood siding, stucco, and a flat roof with parapet. The height is compatible with the existing three-storey multifamily structures to the northwest. The two structures are joined on the front elevation at the third floor. However, the massing is broken up. There is no connection on the ground and second floors, and the space allows views through to the Miami River. The single expanse of windows on the third floor is not a feature found in historic structures. However, it does contribute to the horizontality of the modern design. Spacing, the proposed setbacks are the minimum required. While not consistent with the existing single-family structures in the district, they are similar to those provided on the existing multi-family structures. Previous proposals for this site have included larger front setbacks for structures. However, they have also included parking to the front of the lot and construction blocking the view to the river, while this proposal provides concealed on-site parking and retains a view to the river. Height. At 3 stories high, the proposed structure is consistent in height with the multifamily properties to the northwest. There are 3 vacant lots to the southeast, 2 of which have a pending application for the construction of a new 3-storey multi-unit structure similar in design to the subject property. Yards. The aerial view of the Riverview the historic district shows the single-family residences have a higher percentage of lot area devoted to green space than the current proposal for the subject property. However, the proposed amount of yard space appears consistent with the existing multi-unit properties located on the river. Materials. The use of simulated wood siding, concrete and smooth stucco can be supported as this is consistent with existing historic structures. Aluminium frame windows and doors can be supported. The glass shall be clear with the option of low E. The proposed colours are consistent with existing structures in the district. Rhythm and pattern of window and door openings. The properties to the northwest of the subject are mainly multi-unit properties with some single family, and there is no clear rhythm and pattern to the openings. The property immediately to the northwest contains only 3 openings in the street-facing elevation. The proposed window patterns on the ground and second floors of the proposed structures are appropriate for the district. The proposed single expanse of windows on the third floor is not found within the historic district. However, it is appropriate for the modern appearance of the structure. The 5 vacant lots are a transitional area between the multi-family units to the northwest and the mainly 1- and 2-storey single-family homes dating from the 1920s to the 1950s to the southeast. The zoning and land use of the subject properties and other properties on the river, T4R and medium-density multifamily residential, differ from the zoning and land use for the majority of the district, which is T3R and single-family residential. This allows for larger multi-unit development along the river and single-family development within the district. In this instance, it is appropriate to compare the design of the proposed new units with the existing multi-unit structures on the river to achieve a design that minimally impacts the character of the district. Existing multifamily units on the river were built from 1960s to the 2000s. Their heights range from 2 stories to 6 stories. Most have parking to the front of the property. All have either a solid wall or fence to the front, and all obscure views to the water from the right-of-way. The current proposal is for a modern structure with minimum setbacks. However, the design allows for concealed parking and a view from the right-of-way to the river. The height is appropriate when compared to other multi-unit structures. It incorporates elements from the existing historic structures and is built from appropriate materials. The rhythm and pattern of window and door openings does differ from the existing structures. However, there does not appear to be a consistent pattern in the existing multi-unit structures. The applicant has included a letter with the application requesting a 10% waiver of the second layer to reduce it from 20 feet to 18 feet and a 10% waiver of the width of the garage facade in the second layer from 30% to 33% in the river frontage. It is not clear if the waivers are still required. As the sites are non-contributing, the HEP cannot approve waiver requests associated with this application. The applicant shall apply to the Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board for any required waivers. On June 3rd, 2019, the Miami River Commission unanimously recommended approval of the presented plans. The minutes of the meeting also show 2 Spring Garden property owners stated the Spring Garden Civic Association supported the presented plans. The application has demonstrated compliance with Chapter 23 entitled Historic Preservation of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances and the Secretary of the Interior standards. Staff is recommending approval recommends approval with the following conditions. 1, the site shall be developed in accordance with the plans as prepared by Hervin Romney AIA submitted as part of application PZ20-5627. The plans are deemed as being incorporated by reference herein. 2, all glass shall be clear with the option of low E. 3, drawings showing opening dimensions, a window and door schedule, dimensioned and scaled profiled sections of the proposed new windows and doors, and colour manufacturers' brochures and or colour catalogue photographs of the proposed new windows and doors shall be submitted to staff for review. A sample of the fibre cement panels or specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photographs shall be submitted to staff for review. 5, detailed specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed new railings shall be submitted to staff for review. 6, detailed specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed gate and fence shall be submitted to staff for review. 7, detailed specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed steel cable railing system shall be submitted to staff for review. 8, a sample of the aluminium sun brakes or specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photographs shall be submitted to staff for review. 9, the labelling on the northwest and southeast elevation drawings shall be corrected. 10, detailed specifications and the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed garage door shall be submitted to staff for review. 11, the applicant shall apply to the Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board for any required waivers. 12, a certificate to dig shall be required for all future ground disturbing activities in the property. 13, the resolution shall be included in the master permit set. 14, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements of the Miami 21 Code and Chapter 17 and Chapter 23 of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances. 15, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all applicable departments, agencies as part of the City of Miami building permit submittal process. We did receive a couple of correspondences. The first one is from Carlos Salas, who is a resident of the neighbourhood. My name is Carlos and I'm a resident of Spring Garden. It is very important to protect the privacy of the neighbours to the east and west of this property. Please ensure the sun breaks on A703 make it to the final design in an effort to create privacy as the property is built very close to the property line. I also have another correspondence from Priscilla Greenfield, who is a resident of the district. The Spring Garden Civic Association met with the developer and architect of the proposed construction referenced above and supports the plans. We appreciate the open view to the river from the street and the lower density compared to prior plans. It was also supported by the association at a Miami River Commission meeting. So would you like me to proceed with the staff analysis for the second project?
Yes, please.
And is it necessary for me to go through all of the construction again? It is very similar, or would you like me just to point out the differences between the two?
You may summarize.
Okay. The applicant is requesting a special COA to allow for the new construction of a 10-unit residential structure on 2 parcels zone T4R. The properties are within the Spring Garden Historic District. This is on 2 vacant lots. Again, each lot measures approximately 13,000 square feet. This project has 10 units, which is different from the previous one, which has 8. Again, they are built longitudinally along the lots rather than across them, and they do provide the views through to the river. It's a very similar development to the one I have just described. The ground floor has 8 units. The ground floor of 8 of the units contain 4 garage parking spaces, while the remaining 2 units have 2 garage parking spaces with a guest room and bathroom. The submittal states a total of 15 spaces are required and 36 are provided. Construction again is similar to the previous one. Again, fibre cement panels resembling wood siding will be used. The fenestration is similar. Again, then the garages are accessed from the central courtyard on the interior elevations. The proposed setbacks are 20 feet 9 inches to the front, 20 feet 3 inches to the rear, and 0 feet 4 inches to the sides. Again, the same conditions apply with the elements of the design we would look at. Form: the proposed new construction incorporates elements from the historic structures, including simulated wood siding, stucco, and a flat roof with parapet. The height is not compatible with the contributing two-story structure to the southeast. However, it is compatible with the proposed new 3-story multi-unit structure and the existing 3-story multi-family structures to the northwest. There is also concern over the proposed expanse of blank wall on the ground floor of the southeast elevation that will face the contributing structure. The two structures are joined on the front elevation at the 3rd floor. However, the massing is broken up and there is no connection on the ground floor and 2nd floor, and the space allows views to the river. The single expansive windows on the 3rd floor is not a feature found in historic structures, but it does contribute to the horizontality of the design. Spacing: the proposed setbacks are the minimum required. While not consistent with the existing single-family structures in the district, they are similar to those provided on the existing multi-family structures. Previous proposals for the site have included larger front setbacks, but again, they included parking to the front and the construction would block the views to the river. There is again concern over the proximity of the new construction to the contributing structure to the southeast. Height at 3 stories high, it is consistent with the proposed other multi-unit development and the existing multi-family properties. However, the new construction does appear to dominate the contributing structure to the southeast. Yards: the single-family residences again have higher yards, however, they have larger yards. However, the proposed amount of yard space is consistent with existing multi-unit properties on the river. The materials again are similar to the previous item and they can be supported. The colours are similar to the previous item and can be supported. Again, the rhythm and pattern and windows of door openings, they're consistent with the mainly multi-unit properties, with some of the with the multi-family unit properties. The property to the northwest contains only 3 openings in the street elevation. The proposed window patterns on the ground and 2nd floors are appropriate for the district. The proposed single expansive windows on the 3rd floor is not found within the district. However, it is appropriate for the modern appearance. In this particular case, the 5 vacant lots are a transitional area between the multi-family units to the northwest and the mainly 1- and 2-story single-family homes dating to the 20s to the 50s to the southeast. Again, we have a similar issue with the zoning. The land in which this is proposed for is zone T4R, which is medium density and multifamily. The majority of the district away from the river is T3R and single family residential. The zoning for this property does allow larger multi-unit development along the river and it's single family development within the district. And in this instance, it is appropriate to compare the design of the proposed new units with the existing multi-unit structures on the river to achieve a design that minimally impacts the character of the district. However, consideration must also be given to any negative impact to the contributing property on the lot to the southeast. Again, this property maintains the views through to the river. And although compatible with the existing multi-unit properties, the proposed new development negatively impacts the contributing property to the southeast due to the proposed height, the minimal setback, and the blank wall on the ground floor. The applicant shall explore options for minimising the negative impact, such as increasing the setback to the southeast and installing additional landscaping. Again, it looks as if the applicant requires waivers. As this is a non-contributing property and the board cannot review these, they must go to Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board. Again, on June 3rd, 2019, the Miami River Commission unanimously recommended approval of the plans. The minutes of the meeting also show 2 Spring Garden property owners stated the Spring Garden Civic Association supported the plans. The recommendation is therefore for approval with the following conditions. 1, the site shall be developed in accordance with the plans as prepared by Hervin Romney, AIA, submitted as part of application PZ 25628. The plans are deemed as being incorporated by reference herein. All glass shall be all glass shall be clear with the option of low E. 3, drawings showing opening dimensions, a window and door schedule, dimensioned and scale profiled sections of the proposed new windows and doors, and colour manufacturers' brochures and or colour catalogue photographs of the proposed new windows and doors shall be submitted to staff for review. 4, a sample of the fibre cement panels or specifications in the manufacturer's brochure or colour photographs shall be submitted to staff for review. 5, detailed specifications in the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed railing shall be submitted to staff for review. 6, detailed specifications in the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed gate and fence shall be submitted to staff for review. 7, detailed specifications in the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed steel cable railing system shall be submitted to staff for review. 8, a sample of the aluminium sun brakes or specifications in the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph shall be submitted to staff for review. 9, the labelling on the northwest and southeast elevation drawings shall be corrected. 10, detailed specifications on the manufacturer's brochure or colour photograph of the proposed garage door shall be submitted to staff for review. 11, the applicant shall explore options for minimising the negative impact on the contributing structure to the southeast, such as increasing the setback to the southeast and installing additional in this area. 12, the applicant shall apply to the Planning, Zoning and Appeals Board for any required waivers. 13, a certificate to dig shall be required for all future ground disturbing activities on the property. 14, the resolution shall be included in the master permit set. 15, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements of the Miami 21 Code and Chapter 17 and Chapter 23 of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances. 16, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all applicable departments, agencies as part of the Miami building permit submittal process. Again, I have received some correspondence. The first one is from Carlos Salas, who is a resident of the district. I'm a resident of Spring Garden. It is very important to protect the privacy of the neighbours to the east and west of this property. Please ensure the sun breaks make it to the final design in an effort to create privacy, as the property is built very close to the property line. And the second correspondence from Priscilla Greenfield. The Spring Garden Civic Association met with the developer and architect of the proposed construction referenced above and supports the plans. We appreciate the open view to the river from the street and the lower density compared to prior plans. It was also supported by the association at a Miami River Commission meeting. That's all.
Thank you. And does the applicant agree to the conditions that were read forth in the staff report?
Yes.
Great. And only one civic association to have an opinion on this item?
Only one, yes.
Imagine that. Any questions for the applicant or staff?
Ask me again, please.
No, I'm asking if there's any questions for staff or the applicant by the board.
We have reviewed this several times with staff, and we agree, and we have, as a matter of fact, modified our design in order to meet the requirements of the neighborhood, Miami River Commission, etc. And we have modified our design several times in order to come to an agreement with them. So I mean, I could go through the whole list of the modifications, but you've listened to Mr. Warren Adams, and he has monitored this project from the beginning and is as familiar with it as anybody, and understands that we understand what we are allowed and what we have been requested to do. So we don't have, at this point, we don't have questions. We will follow the recommendations of staff, and appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the board for the applicant or for staff? Okay, anyone ready for a motion? Mr. Warren,
I just have one very quick question. The second one that was read into the record is very close to the two-story contributing structure to the southeast. Would installing additional landscaping there be sufficient just to shield it from the contributing two-story structure? Does the board have any? This is one of the conditions in the second. Do the board have any requirements or direction as to what should be done here, just to help minimise the impact?
Mr. Colley looks like he wants to say something.
We don't have this with the other project because it's adjacent to a three-story structure. We do have this with the second one simply because it's next to a contributing property.
Yes, Mr. Colley.
Sorry, I was just going to ask if there's any way to, is there a way to direct us to a particular sheet in the submittal to help address that question? So much information provided. It's like, it's very hard to hone in, especially with the two different properties.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe on sheet G005.
If you look at A701.
What page?
Okay. Yeah, what PDF page is it?
I have PDF page 10 of 100, but I think I look at the applications individually.
Okay.
There is a rendering of the second project. I'm looking at the front elevation, and it shows the two-story historic structure beside of it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to hold everybody up while we're looking for this. I'm just trying to help Warren for your question to see if I could lend some insight on that.
It's on the materials page, and there is an elevation of the front of the building.
I mean, just in zooming through the images now, as we're talking about this, I see that all of the side elevations, there's hardly any landscape, right? So obviously you're referring to one of these side elevations?
Yes. Yes.
So is that because and I know you probably mentioned this, is that because the masses, the structural masses are right on the property lines?
The first project, number 750, we don't have an issue because that is right next to a three-story non-contributing multi-unit apartment complex. The second project I read in, the slight issue is adjacent to a two-story contributing residential structures.
Okay. I'm gonna have to find it in here. But
did you say A101?
A701.
Okay, I'm gonna find it.
504.
504. All right. Thank you so much. So I will look into that. I'm gonna look in and see if I can suggest anything. I know that if it's really tight and the structure is really close, and we mentioned this earlier today, that sometimes you can we can use like a stainless steel wire trellis or something like that on the sides of these structures sometimes to try and do something to help break up the massing and provide more screening for an adjacent property. I'm gonna find it. Sorry. You guys want to keep going while I'm looking for this, Warren, and we can come back to this? 504.
As I said, most of the conditions are sort of standard, submitting additional information, certificate to dig. This was the only condition which, to me, it would be nice to try and
hone it down,
just to screen it from because it's a contributing property.
Okay. I apologize. These PDFs are like hundreds of megabytes, and so the computers are slow with that.
Are there other questions while we work on that? Other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do we have quorum?
Yes. Well, we did.
This is the I think the third project for these properties I have looked at, and this really is the first one where they've taken the initiative to build the units longitudinally along the lots and leave the view open to the river, which was something that was of concern, because the previous proposals basically were built across the lot on the river, and all you had in front of them was either garages or open parking. So I think they have addressed the whole view to the river, concealing the parking.
It's kind of cloisters, if you're familiar with that, next to the Barnacle. It's kind of that idea, I guess.
And we do have this issue with the different zoning on the river as opposed to the rest of the district, which does allow this higher density.
That's why they're to the northwest on the river. That's why they're the multi-family up that way. Yeah, this packet has a lot of pictures too. I'm slow.
Warren, you probably went through it a bit, but I stepped away for a minute. The neighborhood association, what was their general view on these two?
The Civic Association, correct?
The Civic Association. You're muted, Warren.
The email said the Spring Garden Civic Association met with the developer and architect of the proposed construction referenced above and supports the plans. We appreciate the open view to the river from the street and the low density compared to prior plans. It was also supported by the association at the Miami River Commission meeting.
And this was a general letter. Has there been anything else from the neighborhood, or like the specific neighbors' opinions on this development happening next door?
There was only one other from Carlos Salos, and his main concern was that the sun shields remain in the final design to provide some privacy. My major concern, or my main concern for the second proposal, was the proximity to. The first proposal is adjacent to existing 3-story multifamily units. The second one is adjacent to a 2-story contributing structure. So I'm just looking at the moment for how the board would like it screened more from the 2-story.
Well, how high? I mean, what's the? I'm looking. I know you said, but what's the exact setback from the contributing structure? The 10 feet.
I believe it is. Let me just look at my report.
The maximum height is as controlled by zoning. We comply thoroughly with Miami 21. As a matter of fact, we not only comply with Miami 21, we were allowed a 10-foot setback in the front of the street. And when we were asked for a larger setback, and you can read the information, we satisfied the neighborhood and went to 20 feet. And please understand that very carefully.
Good. That's not the question is how far from the property, the contributing structure property line, from, I guess, the river to North River Drive.
We also exceed the requirement. Not only that, we eliminated any pool on the riverfront in order to allow for the continuity of the shore. If you look at the plans and you notice that they're different, one is 8 and one is 10 units, this is because the shore waves inward and we adjusted that plan to the shorter depths of the property. So we are very, very site responsive, very site responsive. We We have solid walls at the bottom of the site because that's automobiles. You cannot have openings in an automobile in a garage neighboring there. But upstairs, in the two upper levels on the sides, we introduced sun breaks because we were asked for them. But we set back the walls. So the units are pushed inward from the sides, along the sides of the property. We responded very carefully to every request from the neighbors.
I just, a question for me. The wall of the parking area, what is the setback from the property line to the south?
I'm sorry.
I believe it's 4.
It's shifted to the north, south, east, west, coordinates. So each design has two long side walls, which I just described how we modified that to comply with the request. Always complying with code, mind you.
I doubt that. I'm asking you a question. The distance from either side of the long property line, what is the setback of the garage wall where the parking is?
It's about an inch. It's enough to have a finish and to leave space to be able to build.
I have 4 inches.
It's a minimal dimension.
4 inches. The drawings show 4 inches for each side setback. They are allowed a 0.
So it's lot line.
Sir?
It's lot line to lot line, basically.
Yes.
So why is there a discussion about landscaping? Where are you going to put it?
We have provided twice the landscaping required by Miami 21. When we were asked for additional trees and shrubs throughout the property, we provided them. When you hug a property line because code allows it, not in violation of anything that our project is subject to, when you hug the property line, obviously, there is no tree space there. The trees are in the facades that we can handle. The front, the street facade, we have pushed back 20 feet where we could have stayed at 10. So please understand that.
Hey, I understand. I understand, but you got to let me talk, okay? I understand. However, what we're talking about is how it relates to the neighbor next door with a contributing single-family house that's going to have a wall on its property line. So it goes from having a vacant lot to having a wall. So we are the governing body of a historic district, right? And this house is in a district in a contributing structure. So our concern goes to that, as well as what goes on the lot and the other lot. You have to understand that. You can do what you want, but when it affects everybody else, then it becomes our problem.
I'm not trying to make a problem for you.
No, I know you're not.
Please understand the following. Under normal circumstances, people build homes, and if it's single-family home, where a setback is required, and the municipality and the county may have different requirements, okay, they can set back as they wish, and then they can build a solid wall on that property line. And they do throughout Miami-Dade County, throughout the city of Miami. So we are not generating an unusual, weird, out of the ordinary condition. We are designing in order to provide this complex of where we can have 20 or 30 units per property, and we're down to 10 and 8.
Which is,
we're providing a courtyard space which allows view of the river from the street for any neighbor walking by.
I understand, which is good for you. However, the neighbor is our concern as well, and the rest of the neighborhood.
We're not hurting the neighbors, sir.
Oh, no, sir, stop. Putting a wall up on the property line changes the value of a property. If I had a wall go up on my property line, up 10 feet, whatever, and then it set back and went up with the apartment, it would change the value of my place.
Sir, we are complying with Miami 21.
That's fine. I understand that.
When we go to the drawing board, there is an authority. Yes, you may have concerns. Why not? We're all in that. You know what Socrates said, the many talk and opine, but only those who use reason arrive at truth. Okay? So the many talk and opine, we're all entitled to our opinions, but there is a code.
Yeah, and I'm to a vote.
That regulates us, and we are
We're
trying.
getting off topic a little bit. I'd like to bring this back.
Neighborly as we can be under these circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Not antagonize you, please understand.
Thank you.
Yes.
We need to move on. Where'd you go? Mr. Colley, did you find the drawing you were looking for?
Yes, I think I did. I understand now, and it was what my question was before. I see it, that the building, the wall is 1 inch from the property line. And you
Right.
can see it on the elevation, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an elevation, a front elevation on sheet A701 that looks like it shows the proposed project. And then next to it, I believe, is the contributing 2-story building that Mr. Adams was asking about. Is that right, Warren?
Right.
So with regards to Warren's specific question, I mean, the only thing you could do there, but you certainly, they do it all the time here in Miami, is, I mean, you could grow creeping fig on that wall, you know, and it would make the whole side of the building green, potentially. You have really no space. You have 1 inch, as the architect has mentioned. But you could grow a vine on that wall. There's no denying it. And we all see it all over the place, you know, in Coral Gables, creeping fig. So, I mean,
Yes,
maybe that brings other issues from maintenance point of view or whatever, but, and you know, now you've got a big giant green wall as opposed to I think it's more preferable over stucco wall. So, you know, there's not much you can do there with that close to the property line with regard from a landscape point of view. That's what I'm trying to say. And not with 1 inch, but.
Well, how about, hold on. How about this? Why doesn't the developer contribute to the owner of the property that's going to be affected and put a wall of plants right on their side of the property? It's not on their property, but they do it all the time when they, no?
We can provide, you have just spoken of ivy or planting on that wall. Of course, we can provide that. I said 1 inch earlier, you know, that can be modified. That has flexibility. But the point is, we have this drive through the center that opens the view for the neighborhood. Wait, allow me. Then we can squeeze that in enough to have vines growing on that wall. Now, behind those walls is parking. Parking, which we're providing twice the parking that's required. Now we could let me explain what we're doing above.
Explain quickly,
parking
sir.
level. Above the park, we have pushed back. Mr. Warren Adams can confirm what I am saying. We have pulled back. We have squeezed the units in order to break that space. Then we were asked to provide some breaks, which we did on those top sides. So it's not as if you're faced with only a wall. There is a variety of treatment here. So please understand. And we are designing as of right. We are not asking for a difference of allowance here. And we want that understood. Everybody We have half the density that is allowed.
We understand that, sir. Let's move on.
Let's suppose the following.
No, let's wait. Thank you. We understand your position.
Sorry.
It's very clear. We're very clear on that, and we're trying to see what we can do with it. Are there other questions we have for staff or the applicant regarding either of these two projects?
I have a question for staff, real quick. Has the property owner of the house to the southeast expressed concerns? I may have missed this on our Zoom meeting.
No, they have not contacted me.
All right, is somebody living there? Is it a primary residence, or is it a rental, or is it? I think you're on mute.
I believe there's at least 2 units. I can quickly check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, if it was proposed, I don't know how often this happens, although people do contribute to the tree fund, so it would almost be contributing to the tree fund immediately next door to plant shade or blockage plants that'll block the wall from the property, from the meat of the property. Because a vine is just going to never really do it. And a creeping fig, it destroys the stucco over time because the roots get inside.
It's owned by a company, Miami Riverbank LLC, so it doesn't appear to be.
But it's contributing, and it's not set for demolition anytime soon.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. Now the view, because we're always very concerned with the view from the street. The view. Can you see that wall very, very clearly? The unbroken wall where the parking is. Does it look just like a giant 100-foot wall from the linear long part of the building?
As the applicant said, there are garages or parking on the first floor, so I think it's required to be a solid wall. But yes, when you go up, it does set back a bit, and I believe there are terraces there, or at least windows with sunshades on them. So it is broken up, but on the first floor, it's a solid wall.
Well, I would think that the developer planting the blockage plants along the adjacent property's side of the line would satisfy this. Now, I guess that's a question of if they even want it, right?
Can I input something?
What?
No, I'm sorry. The public hearing was closed at the beginning of the meeting. Sorry. That's the new Zoom rules.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Yes,
Mr. Chair. Warren, on this particular street, there are taller structures, there are apartment buildings and things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
And some of them are more contemporary, transitional in nature. We had a discussion earlier about the historical context. I know you did an amazing report as usual. And I know that you're always looking for contributing factors, whether it's a new type of architecture, does it pick up any elements that are present in the neighborhood and things of that nature. In this case, do you believe that because this is on the river, because it's on this particular portion of this neighborhood, do you feel that these buildings are contextual, so to speak? Because it's tricky here, right? There's some modern, there's not, there's low, there's tall, there's medium.
Most of the apartment buildings or multi-story buildings on the river are more modern. There is not an example of a historic 3-story multi-unit structure. So most of them are modern. So the difficulty is the majority of the district is single family homes, but the zoning on the river allows larger development, which is what has happened. The larger development is more recent. So I think you would expect that we wouldn't expect someone to design a building which looks like a 1970s or a 1960s multi-unit structure. So I think we have to expect that on that particular area, because of the zoning, there's really nothing historic of that size to actually compare it with. And there's always going to be that issue of what is on that side of the street is going to be completely different from what's on the opposite side of the street.
Thank you, Warren.
Any other questions? Are we ready for a motion or two? Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, no, we still got 4. But we need somebody to make a motion. Jordan looks pensive, like he's going to make a motion.
No, I'm just thinking about this in relation to the item earlier, and I'm trying to understand the sort of the direction of the board with our prior item in the same neighborhood, and what I believe to be similar aesthetics, and why one may move forward versus the other. I'm just trying to understand that.
My thought on that is what Mr. Adams said, and what we know, because we've had projects come in front of us, that on the river, the zoning's a little bit different, and there aren't many historic homes that are on the river itself. The neighborhood is a little bit different, like on the other side of North River Drive and through all the streets and roads and all that. And I think that the house that was the other case we had, the difference there is that, for me, that it was knocked down against our will, and then they came back with a blessing to build something appropriate. Single-family neighborhood in Spring Garden seems a little bit different than the river side of River Drive. And so that's why the precedent has been well set that there's been 2-3-story multi-unit places built on those lots on the river. That's the only difference for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that we lost a few of the other architects to get their input, because I feel like I might have been the only architect that gave the thumbs up on the last one. And I'm here. So I think that the design itself is very interesting. It is reminiscent of the cloisters. The bridging master bedroom looking down the corridor of the I guess you want to call them terracing townhouses is very interesting. I think it creates a very nice ambiance for those living there. It is a good use of the site and its relationship to the river. I think the passerby, I'm not sure if they're allowed to walk in there. And I'm going to say it's a nice idea to say that they can look at the river from there. But I think with that gate, when it's closed, it'll probably be very difficult for them to see unless they put their eye up to the openings. So there will be a disconnect in that regard, but it is a private site. So I'm not going to go down that route or that conversation because I don't think it matters much at this point. But I will say that from a design standpoint, I also think it's interesting that the architect decided to differentiate the facades a bit to create some kind of identity for the individual developments, even though at the end of the day they're basically the same. The main thing that I guess I would question, of course, it's come up a few times, which is the side setback vegetation is more the vegetation on the front. I saw a couple of renderings that showed a certain type of tree that's going to be planted along the street that will shield, I guess, the view of the facade. I guess I'll leave this up to the landscape architect. So, Chris, maybe you want to chime in here. do you find that what is being planted on the streetscape is suitable for the scale of the neighborhood? And do you think the renderings are accurately representing what would happen?
That's a great question. I was reviewing the landscape plans, obviously, and it looks to me like the landscape architect is proposing a lot of live oak trees in this space. Like if I'm, looking at the same elevation we were referencing before, the renderings that they're showing, and I think that the trees were specified as being about 16 or so feet, 18 feet height when they're planted, whereas they grow. So if I were to look at this rendering and say, is it accurate with regards to landscape? I'd say, no, they've left some landscape off to allow, it may have been, it's not as planted as it appears like it would be on the landscape plan. I think that you can see more clearly, like in the elevation that has the bridge going across it with the green colored glass. The brown portions of the building, what kind of material are those? Out of curiosity?
I'm sorry?
It says something cement, vintage wood, cement.
You mean up above on the long sides?
Yes.
Those are sunbreaks. They're aluminum because they can be combustible.
I'm sorry, sir. On the front elevation. On the front elevation, you have glass. You have
glass and masonry, basically. It's basically glass and masonry.
And masonry, but it's made to look like wood in this rendering, correct?
Well, it's not
Jordan, Jordan, do you understand what I'm asking? On the front elevation, what I'm saying is I'm seeing, I believe, a lot more brown than you would see based on the landscape plan. They've got like a ton of trees planted along the front there. They're actually really close together. I mean, that whether that's exactly the best way to proceed or not, maybe be a little bit of a different discussion, but they are suggesting that front elevation be a large massing of trees. So if I read this, I see that you see an opening in the building, which technically, obviously allows sunlight through. And then I see that there probably would be a lot of vegetation obscuring the view of this building at the pedestrian scale when you're on this side of the street.
Yeah.
This
So,
side
Chris, just to be
elevation-
specific, just to be specific, on page 524 and on page 518, the top renderings for both of those, the way in which those trees are populated from the street perspective based on the plan, is that in line with what you're seeing?
I'm going to go there right
518.
now. Yeah, I see. 524. I'm looking, no, that's 5 years after they're planted. 6
Sure,
years
yeah,
after.
that's fine. I don't
It
need
sounds
down
reasonable. I mean, I think that's basically the gist of it. What it doesn't show is I think there's a power lines there, so you have to use smaller trees under the power lines. Then the bigger trees are set within the property. The landscape plan is a guide, I would say. Certainly could be developed further at permitting. But I think that's an accurate representation in the sense of, yes, they're not showing tall palm trees in the front or anything like that. Does that help?
Yeah, I think it helps because I think the way in which they're being graphically conveyed in those renderings that I just mentioned creates a nice veil over the architecture so that it does kind of blend into the canopy of the street.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Does that mean you're ready for a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please let me find my cheat sheet, which would be the report. So give me 1 second.
And we'll do them one at a time.
We'll do them one at a time. Okay. Bear with me here. Sorry, these are very heavy documents, so they move slow.
Yes, I do know.
Okay. This is item 5, correct?
Yes.
Are we on item? This is for the
correct.
first item 5, correct? All right. I would like to make a motion that item 5 for address 750 and 760 Northwest North River Drive be approved with the conditions as mentioned, however, including an additional condition that the applicant work with staff to come up with a solution for the adjacent contributing property, provide necessary vegetation as seen fit.
Is there a second?
One thing, I believe it's the other property that is adjacent to the contributing property.
Say that one more time.
That's the next one.
Oh, it's the next one. Okay. I will hold off on that one. And I'll scratch my additional item and leave it to what is left in the recommendation report by staff.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Galvez Toro. Any discussion on the motion? Good. Can we have a roll call, please?
Hold on 1 second. I don't think we have quorum.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
Need one more.
Six.
We're missing one.
We got 6.
We have 6.
We need 7.
Since when?
1, 2, 3, 4.
We have 5.
2,
We got
3, 5, 6. We have 6.
Who's 6?
Why
Who's missing?
do we need 7? This is not a designation.
Amber, quorum is 7?
Quorum is 5.
No.
Yeah.
So, according to 62-29, let me just confirm here, which is the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board. 4 members shall constitute a quorum. So I think there may be a little bit of a conflict because Chapter 2 of our code provides that quorum is 50% plus 1. However, given that 62 is specific as to 4 members, I think that's fine.
Thank you. So we can go ahead with our roll call, please.
Mr. Trachtenberg?
Yes.
Ms. Galvez Turros?
Yes.
Mr. Colley?
Yes.
Ms. Odell? You're on mute.
No.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes.
And Dr. Hopper?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and this decision
No.
is final unless appealed to hearing boards within 15 days.
Wait a second. Ms. Odell, did you vote yes or no?
Said yes.
No.
Oh, you said no?
No. Yes.
I heard yes. Motion passes 3-2. Sorry, 3-1.
But we're 6.
Hold on, it was 3-1.
5-1.
Yeah, 5-1.
5-1. Sorry, 1, 2.
4-1, right? 1?
Yeah, 5-1. We had 6. 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Mr. Trachtenberg, are you ready for your second motion?
Whoa. Who's 6? Because I see Chris.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Hugh doesn't have his camera on at the moment.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm here.
There he is.
There he is. 1, 2, 4, 5. So, okay.
Okay, Mr. Trachtenberg.
All right. I would like to make a motion to have item number 6 for properties located at 710 and 720 Northwest North River Drive be approved for the special certificate of appropriateness for new construction, including an additional item that the neighboring historic property have a vegetative strategy that is worked with staff. That the applicant is going to work with staff so that the neighboring property be provided the necessary vegetation that staff sees fit.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Galvez Toros. Seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion? Good. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Trachtenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Galvez Turros, Ms. Galvez Turros,
Yes.
Mr. Colley,
Yes.
Ms. Odell,
No.
Mr. Ryan,
Yes.
and Dr. Hopper.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-1.
Okay. Thank you. And are you going to say something about appeals?
Yes, the decision is final unless appealed to hearing boards within 15 days.
Thank you. Okay. That's it for these two items. Now for the next one.
Item number 7, file ID 7563. A resolution of the Miami Historic and Environmental Preservation Board pursuant to section 23-6.2 of the City Code of Ordinances, approving or denying a special certificate of appropriateness for an addition and alterations to a contributing property located approximately at 445 Northeast 55th Street, Miami, Florida 33137 within the Morningside Historic District.
And is the applicant present?
Yes, I am. I'm not the applicant, I'm the architect. But I'm here.
Okay.
And I'm driving too. Sorry about that.
We see that. Be careful.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Okay, we'll start with the staff report.
Sorry, have you been sworn in?
Yes. I was at the city this afternoon.
Awesome.
That's my little sworn in band.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
The applicant is requesting a special COA to allow for alterations and an addition to an existing single-family residential structure. It's a contributing structure built 1935 within the Morningside Historic District. The existing structure is Mediterranean Revival, and the plans propose renovations and a second floor addition to the residential structure. The applicant is applying to add a second-story addition over the garage that will lead to a new terrace in the rear. In addition, the current front facade of the garage is proposed to be extended forward. The plans do not depict a setback to the proposed second-story addition, as the original facade of the garage is proposed to be extended. The paint colours and roofing material are to match the existing structure. The current stucco will remain and be patched as necessary. The proposed south elevation depicts a second floor addition over the garage. The proposed second story addition has a hipped roof. It has 4 2 by 3 foot 4 inch matching windows running parallel along the proposed second story. A stucco band is located where the original roof line of the garage was located to pay homage to the original height of the garage. The new garage door will match in style and scope to that of the original garage door. Plans depict existing windows in the facade are remain not included. The west elevation, plans for the proposed west elevation show the extended first floor garage with the second story addition above leading to the terrace in the rear. 4 new windows will be placed on the west facade of the second story addition. 3 of these windows, all differing in size, will be to the southern side of the addition, with the 4th towards the rear of the northern side of the addition. The west facade also shows the conversion of the roof line of the remaining one rear of the structure to flat, creating the base of the new terrace. The north elevation, the proposed north elevation depicts a set of 4 foot by 8 foot glass French doors leading from the proposed second story addition to the new terrace. To the east of this door is a new 2 foot by 3 foot 4 inch window. Only one of the existing windows of the remaining structure is depicted as being replaced. All other windows are indicated as existing to remain for this application. The east elevation depicts the roof line of the proposed second story addition visible above the existing second story. Extending north from the addition is the proposed terrace in the rear. The existing east elevation of the 2-story structure has 2 windows in the second floor. Plans depict these 2 windows to be replaced with one 2 foot by 3 foot window. All other current windows and doors are shown as existing to remain. The recommendation is for approval with the following conditions. 1, the site shall be developed in accordance with the plans as prepared by 3 Design Architecture, consisting of 22 sheets submitted under PZ 205599. 2, all windows shall be clear with the option of a low-E coating. 3, the roof height of the addition shall be the same height as the existing roof of the historic structure. 4, the applicant shall comply with all applicable requirements of Chapter 17 and Chapter 23 of the City of Miami Code of Ordinances. 5, the applicant shall comply with the requirements of all applicable departments, agencies as part of the City of Miami building permit submittal process. I don't believe we've received any emails or anything regarding this project.
Nothing from the Morningside Civic Association?
I would need to see if I need to check in the application.
Usually they have something to say.
I'm just quick. Normally I would only read into the record anything I had received that hadn't been included with the application. I do not see anything in the application. If you want to continue, I'll look through the application and double check.
Okay. Do we have any questions for staff or for the architect who I now see is safely parked?
Temporarily stopped.
Okay, good.
It's just been confirmed that we did not receive anything from the Civic Association.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Comments?
I have a question for the architect. Really, the only thing that stands out to me is the scale in which the addition. Oh, sorry, let me put my video on. Is the scale in which the addition is happening above the garage? That single surface that is now created from the garage frontage to the roof line. Before, there was a relationship between the garage and the existing sloping roof that gave kind of a nice impression of a setback. Now, I understand you want to maximize the interior space with that new addition, but did you play around at all with any other ideas rather than that one thin white strip to reduce the monotonous nature of that surface, that one big surface above the garage?
Admittedly, I did try something which ended up being something that was just kind of falsely or fake, I guess, just applied. We had like a balcony or something, but what's actually facing the street is the bathroom. So you know, the privacy and the view, I think, from the master bedroom and taking advantage of an existing structure that was in the back, which is going to be reused as a terrace. The rear of the structure is where the balcony is. So in the front, you know, to not put something that was just a fake applied balcony, and again, just trying structurally to, you know, make the construction.
Yeah, I was
easier.
talking more of like more of a material move than a fake balcony. More of like what's happening around the window, the existing window. There's this, I guess, some kind of motif that's white. And maybe it's as simple as a different differentiation of color. on the, what's happening around the garage, that wraps around on the ground floor to differentiate the new from the old. Not so much about like a faux balcony or anything like that.
Yeah. So originally there was actually nothing. And I think that it was through conversation with staff that they had recommended to do some sort of a band that reminisced where the roof line kind of used to be. So trying to keep it simple, without getting too ornate and making it look like some Spanish Mediterranean stucco banding, something. Just opted to go with simple, clean, symmetrical, rhythmic, and keep it simple.
Well, I mean, maybe you could, try. I mean, this isn't something I'm recommending that you absolutely do, but maybe try to anything below the line. Maybe it's a lighter color, maybe it's white, maybe it's the same material or paint color as what's around the windows and around the door, so that you're kind of following suit of the original architecture where they're highlighting these key features of the house. And it might be as simple as using the same type of material that's around those things. And see if you like that.
Well, the original garage didn't have anything on it, and it was the same color as the house.
The original garage also didn't have a second story above it. So,
yeah, true. But no, we did play around with a couple of things. I mean, we can. I guess we can certainly play with something and maybe have a conversation with staff and see if there's something that we can do which doesn't.
Yeah, just that'd be my only recommendation, and I'll leave it to staff to give you the thumbs up or thumbs down if and it might just be as simple as taking that front rendering and playing with the color and seeing if it looks good or not.
Yeah. Okay. Well taken.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I just want to make sure the applicant is okay with lowering the height of the roof on the addition so it's the same height as the original.
Well, I think the issue that I have with it is that in order to lower it, I'd have to do a lower pitch on the roof. Right now, with the 3 and 12, which is the minimum required for barrel tile to match with the existing house, that's a roof line that is just following the same pitch, and it's going to be taller just by the nature of the length of it in the north-south direction. So it is just slightly over. I mean, we're talking about I don't know exactly what the dimension is, but it's very small. It might be 18 inches or so taller, and it's set way back, at the middle of the addition. So, yeah, that was my only concern of all the conditions, is that to reduce it, I would probably be at 2.5 in 12, which then prohibits the use of the barrel tile. And what I don't want to do is just kind of hat rack the top of the ridge of the roof and just have it like a flat area up there. So I was hoping that through a discussion and explaining the reason for it being a little taller than the original, if that would be acceptable to keep it as is.
Ms. Odell, did you have a question? Unmute yourself.
I have. Yeah, I'm questioning whether or not that condition is going to be strictly adhered to for an approval.
Okay.
Just to avoid chopping off the top of it, having a little flat section on the roof.
Well,
up at the top.
I think the chairman asked me to respond. So
Yeah.
yes. So the response is, I don't think we have quorum.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we still have 6.
Do we have 6?
We still have 6.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, okay. Just making
Thank
sure
God.
that you're going through all this, and I feel
I
so
know.
bad. And I want you to go through all this as you're driving. It's so it's like really, really bad. Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I stopped. Now I'm good.
Okay, because you're making us nervous.
Yeah, you're making us all nervous. Of course.
Any other questions?
Yep.
Are we ready for a motion?
I would like to make a motion, Dr. Chair.
Yes, please.
I'd like to make the motion that item number 7, located at 445 Northeast 55th Street, be approved with the conditions as mentioned, subtracting the item that mentions the need to meet the existing roof line.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Ms. Odell has seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Great, let's have a roll call.
Mr. Trachtenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Colley,
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Galvez Turros,
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Ryan,
Yeah.
Thank you.
and Dr. Hopper.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously, and this decision is final unless appealed to hearing boards within 15 days.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
You too. Stay safe.
All right. All right. I will. Thank you.
Is there anything else that needs to come before the board?
I don't think you approved the minutes from March.
Do we have a minute?
No, we didn't. And they were on
Yes,
the-
they were published online with the agenda.
But we got them just an hour ago or something, you know. I haven't read through them, but I mean, if anyone else has read through them, I don't have a problem with that. If you agree with to them.
I don't think anyone's had a chance to read them.
Yeah.
We put them up until next week and next meeting and have them published along with the rest of the agenda.
September. Hopefully, all our memories from March will be pretty fresh in September.
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, I'm relying on you all because mine didn't.
Oh, feels like 10 years.
Do we have any legislative updates on our proposed changes?
The changes to chapter 23.
Yeah.
They went to City Commission at the last meeting, and they were approved, so they'll be going for second reading. I'm not sure when.
Okay. Anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, I make that motion.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. When is our next meeting, Mr. Adams?
September.
September?
No, it's September. Yeah, September.
Okay, well, see you via Zoom or in person, depending on how things work. And good luck and everyone stay safe.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.